Well, good morning, everybody. Hello, hello. How's it going today? Welcome back to Long Dark here on the YouTube side. And how you doing this morning, JB? How you doing, my friend? Yeah, don't ever worry about asking anything. I'll try to answer it if I can. I'll try to answer it if I can. So, hope everybody's having a fantastic beginning to their weekend. We got a lot of fun stuff today. We got Long Dark here on YouTube this morning, and then later on this afternoon, we will be going over to the Twitch side. We'll be playing some Escape the Pacific and some Hogwarts Legacy. Tomorrow we have Long Dark again, starting here on YouTube. Same bat time, same bat channel. And then we will be switching over to Twitch again and playing some LA Noire, as well as later that evening, GamesLift and I will be throwing down with some Sea of Thieves and hilariousness with Streamloot's cards. So it's going to be a bumpy ride this weekend, but it's going to be a lot of fun. So how you doing, Matthew? Good morning. And Kenneth, hello, hello. Hope you all are ready for some fun. I got my, I'm fully in in Long Dark attire this morning. Hey, LOL, good morning. I'm fully in Long Dark attire. It's a little chilly in here, and I was like, I need to wear a sweatshirt. And I was like, ooh, I got this nice Canadian sweatshirt. I'm going to wear that. I'm going to wear that sucker right there. So, alrighty. Well, we are going to get back into, we haven't been on this file for a while because let's see, where is she? This is her here, isn't it? Yeah, because it got that's our, yep, it's Miss Go Getter 3. This is our character that we started in Blackrock. We'll do a little review here. Good morning, good morning. You're just done watching The Expanse, all of it in a week. Oh man, Mango, Expanse is pretty damn good, ain't it? Call me Josh. All right, Josh. Good morning, Euphoria. Yes, The Expanse is a really, really, really good show. Really well done show. All right, so this was our Blackrock prison start. We started in Blackrock itself. I think we spent the first, what was it, 8 days? 9 days. 9 days in Blackrock. And we finally left and came into Timberwolf Mountain. We went actually up to Ash Canyon, where I believe we got, yes, we went up to Ash Canyon. And we did that. Then we went to the summit. And now we've come down into Pleasant Valley. We've been to the Abandoned Preppers Cache, the Hunter's Blind, Point of Disagreement, and okay, yeah, and now we're just we're dinking around here. Okay, Preppers, Point of Disagreement, Fishing Cabin, Farmhouse Basement, Farmhouse, and the barn out front. Okay, we're good. Such a page turner. Even my partner loved it, and he's not really into sci-fi. Well, I think the thing, Mango, that really puts The Expanse on that next level, even above just a sci-fi show, is that the drama, the human drama in that show is so poignant and real, and you can most of the time when a sci-fi show is really good, like Babylon 5, like The Expanse, oh, I have the morning voice big time today. Like the Babylon 5, like The Expanse, those kind of shows, they have that element of drama and political intrigue that we can relate to. That we can go, oh, not that it is a one-to-one correlation between real life, but it's something that we can actually look at and go, oh, I understand that. I understand the politics behind it. Oh, there was one thing. Oh, hold on one second. There's one thing here. Oh, I turned this up just a little tiny bit. I'm going to turn that down. There we go. I don't know why I turned that up, but there we go. But, yeah, it's a really good show. If you've never seen Babylon 5, the special effects aren't as good, but it's an amazing story. Babylon 5 is amazing. All right, so we're here at the farmhouse where we got a crap ton of stuff. Holy crap, we really have a lot of stuff here. Wow. What's our clothing situation look like? Huh. Wow. Hey, Faith, good morning. Yeah, I always think it's funny when people have morning voice. Yes, I do have morning voice. I always do. I always do. I got that deep morning voice where we're just gonna roll into the long dark, boys and girls. We're gonna be taking a ride, a joy ride, coming out with Atheenon to enjoy the long dark. Ladies, how's it going this morning? Do I still have snow here? No, I have no snow here. Haven't had any snow here for a little while now. Alright, so we are going to make a whirlwind tour. We're going to make a whirlwind tour to the barn, to the crossroads, and then back. Looks like we have a pry bar and a hammer here. We got that rabbit hide there. Let's see, what other tools do I have? I got that, and I have my hacksaw. Do we have any birch or maple curing? I don't think we do. No, we do not. Oh, although we do have some scrap lead. We found some scrap lead. That's awesome. That is freaking awesome. Okay, let's leave the feathers here. Leave the arrowhead here. Because we'll swing back and get this. Would love if they remastered B5. Oh, I know. I would love, Max, I would love if they remastered B5, put in modern day effects, because really, the special effects in Babylon 5 for its time were really good. I mean, especially like the shadows, the Vorlons, the huge ship battles and stuff they had in Babylon 5. For its time, it was really well done, but it is pretty dated. At this point, it is very dated. This is the no socks, no shoes run. Yes, no socks, no shoes, no hat. But the wolf destroyed him early on. But yeah, I'd love it if they remastered B5. That's all they need to do. They just need to remaster it and re-release it. I will buy that. I will buy that for $1. Well, for more than $1, but I will buy the remastered B5 if they ever do that. I don't know if Straczynski ever wants to though. I don't know if he'll ever do that or not. I hope he does. I hope he like goes, okay, I can make some money off this sucker, and he decides to do it, because that would be awesome. Yeah, TNG, unfortunately, well, you know, most TV shows, especially shows shot in the, I don't know, in the pre-2000 era, most TV shows, you know, even though some of them were starting to think a little more forward, most of them back then, they were like, oh, well, we're going to release this on VHS, and there's not much that we can do with it on VHS. I mean, I remember big, huge box sets, like this wide, of like VHS box sets for TV shows. They were cumbersome, they took up a lot of space, they weren't very popular except with the super nerds like me, and so I can see why studios are just like, why do we want to put all this effort into doing, you know, doing fancy stuff when back then the whole business model was film the show, make it last at least 5 seasons, and then syndicate the crap out of it for the next 40 years. Because syndication was where all the money was. The show itself, the initial run of the show was not where they were concerned about making money. They were concerned that they could syndicate the show for the next 40 years, and they wanted to have a certain number of episodes and a certain, you know, runtime. And you know, they and streaming services didn't exist back then, and so things like VHS tapes and stuff were not that important to them because they didn't see that as a very profitable type thing. Like I said, it was mainly they did it for the super nerds who really wanted it, and everybody else, they were like, well, we'll just syndicate it and they can get it that way. So I mean, modern entertainment is completely different than what I grew up with. Completely different than what I grew up with. I mean, I loved it when they had the old Star Trek and you know, oh God, I remember Saturday mornings. Nope. Saturday, what was it? It was either Saturday mornings or Sunday mornings. They would show the old Wild Wild West show on one of the channels that we had. It was like reruns of Wild Wild West, and I was like, I loved Wild Wild West. It was such a cool show. I mean, I look back now and it's like, wow, that show was really cheesy. But back then it was such a cool show, but that was the thing. Ooh, nice stim. You kind of anticipated those reruns as a viewer. I mean, finding a cool show that was on reruns was like, oh my God, this show's on reruns. I only got to see this once back in the day when it first came out. All right. Yeah, can you believe it's day 26 and we've not even made a Forge run yet? That's just the way this run's gone. No Forge run. Rhino Records had a huge niche business putting classic shows on VHS DVD, and they were always small print runs. Well, yeah, and the thing is, back then, especially Zylock, you know, yes, they didn't want people mass producing and pirating stuff, but honestly, they didn't give a crap. I mean, they really, that was not part of their business model. They did not care. You know, I had a friend who had hundreds and hundreds of like pirated VHS movies, and you know, they didn't really care about that stuff. That was not like top of mind for them as far as like things that the studios worried about back then. Now it is, but you know, honestly, I think that pirating stuff, it's not right, but in a way, it's like if the people who are buying the pirated stuff probably would have never bought your product in the first place. Let's just put it that way. They would never have spent a dime on your product anyway, and you can only hope that maybe somebody will see their pirated copy and be interested in your stuff, and then buy it from there. Hello, Atheenon Chat. Just dropped by for bed. Good luck, and have a great day. Hey, Poochie, have a great one. We'll see you later on. Love owning DVD box sets of older shows like MASH and Star Trek. Well, I personally believe in physical copies, Kenneth. I believe that owning physical copies is important. Just because they can never be changed, erased, modified. I still treasure my original Star Wars trilogy VHS set because it is the originals and they haven't been, you know, modified with stuff. They haven't been modified, made for improved for a modern. Oh, geez, Louise. Oh, good Lord. Well, we ain't going out there. Good God, the bear was right there. So I like that. I like that sort of stuff too. I think that stuff is really cool. Oh, by the way, this run we are wearing this vest until the day we die because it saved our life in Blackrock. That vest saved our life in Blackrock. I will give up the crampons and wear a moose-eyed satchel. I will never give up my ballistic vest. I'm never gonna give it up. It never let me down. Oh, wow, we have 3 stems already. Nice. Okay. Is there anything I can do before we go to bead? I guess I don't need that. Yeah, that was a bear. Hey, Casimo, how you doing? Yeah, MASH is such a great show. I had all the MASH seasons on DVD at one point. I don't have them anymore. I'm slowly rebuilding my physical content library because I got rid of some of it at one point because I was just like, God, it's just taking up so much room. But I'm starting to get some physical content stuff going again. Yes, and if you're enjoying the stream, boys and girls, smash that like button. I know it's a little different here on YouTube. The like button is very important as far as like far as like analytics and stuff, and getting us in the algorithm. It's a very important thing. So make sure to smash that like button. Don't let it be. Don't be afraid of that like button. It's not gonna bite you. It's not gonna bite you. It's there. It's gentle. It's a nice thing. Last couple years, Walmart has been putting a lot of DVD box sets of older TV shows at reasonable prices. Yeah, well, it's that whole, you know, Kenneth. I think now is a great time to buy like DVDs because now it's all about the Blu-ray, and it's like, honestly, between Blu-ray and V8 and Blu-ray and DVD, I don't see a ton of difference in. I'm not a big enough audio video nerd. Where'd the bear go? There's a wolf. Can you get a VHS player? Yeah, if you want. You can usually get VHS players in two different ways. You can go to a site on Amazon. I'd say just go to your local like thrift store or go to like a thrift store or to some yard sales. You'll find DVDs all over the place, or a VHS all over the place. As far as like VHS players, I bought a VHS player at a yard sale for like $3. And yeah, you'll probably get some duds every once in a while. I actually kind of trust yard sales almost more than I almost would rather get it at a yard sale than say at a Goodwill or a thrift store, because the person at the yard sale is the actual person who's selling it, and sometimes they'll even let you hook it up and just see if it works before you buy it. And usually the person at a yard sale has a little more personal interest in not screwing you over. But I would just say go to yard sale and get one. You'll find them all the time. And you could even, go to a yard sale and just ask. Say, hey, do you have any old VHS players? Really? Really? If you see some VHS tapes out for sale at a yard sale, which is kind of inevitable these days, most people will have VHS tapes out for sale at yard sales. You could say, hey, do you have an old VHS, you could look around and just be like, hey, do you have an old VHS player that you're selling? And sometimes they'll be like, oh yeah, I just didn't think anybody would want it, so I didn't put it out. So I have a couple VHS players, to be honest, because there's gonna come a time where they're not gonna be very available anymore. And honestly, the ones on Amazon, the only thing with those that's nice is it's kind of like guaranteed it's gonna work, but you're also gonna be paying more for those than you would, if you bought one used from a person, because you're not gonna be finding. Generally, you're... Oh, was that a deer? That was a deer. Hold on a second. Was that a deer back here, I think? It is. Tons of DVDs as well. Some never even open for $1 or less. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. At this time, get away from my deer. My deer, not your deer. Haha. My deer, not your deer. Yeah, in this era, DVDs are becoming cheaper. I do like some stuff on VHS. Like, I have old VHS tapes that I taped off TV, and that's the main reason I want a VHS player. I bought myself a Blu-ray player because it plays both DVDs and Blu-rays. So I was like, oh, well, I might as well have it. I might as well do that instead of a DVD player. Because there's some stuff I do just want to get on Blu-ray. And Blu-ray is slowly but surely becoming a little less expensive than it used to be. It used to be Blu-ray was really spendy, and now it's not so bad anymore. Well, that's the bear. But physical media, I think it's pretty important. I don't think streaming services are ever going to go away. But I think the era of streaming services definitely has the era of the multiple streaming services like there are now definitely has an expiration date. I think over the next decade, the streaming services are probably... I have a feeling streaming services are probably going to be cut in half, the number that are available. I think it would have already happened if not for COVID. I think without COVID, the streaming service fall off would have already begun a lot more than it has. Because a lot of the streaming services are not making money. It's a in my opinion, it's a bad business model. That's just one guy's opinion. And even Netflix is like the biggest one. Even Netflix is losing money. They're losing subscribers, I should say. But yeah, exactly. Well, and that's the thing is when Netflix started, Netflix was a money saver because Netflix licensed from Paramount, they licensed from Warner Brothers, they licensed from all the different companies. And the other companies loved it because they were like, oh, well, here, sell our, we can get some money off of our old, 1980s, 1990s TV shows. We'll license them to Netflix. Netflix will charge an amount for it. I remember the days when Netflix was a physical copy service. They actually would send you the DVDs one at a time for you to watch. I remember when that was a thing. And, oh crap. Here comes the bear. Here comes the bear, here comes the bear. But honestly, now, now everybody's got their own little streaming service. So the stuff that Netflix actually has available for people to watch has gone down significantly over what it used to be. It kind of worked when Netflix was like your one-stop shop for all your streaming needs. And now they aren't anymore. You have to have Netflix and Hulu and Amazon and Disney and CBS, Paramount, Peacock, whatever the hell they're calling it, and HBO Max and this, and it's like you have to sign up for so many services now. It's almost cheaper just to go back to cable. They basically kind of priced themselves out of the market. Not individually, but they've kind of priced themselves out of the market as far as like being affordable and being an affordable alternative. Unless, of course, you just pick one and then move on to the next one, which is what a lot of people have kind of started doing, but that makes it an unsustainable thing as well. Remember when you had to mail them back? Yes, and new releases were $2.99. Yep. Oh yeah, Workstation. Yeah. Yeah, Vindictive Minx. That was the thing, is you had to mail them back. You had to wait for the next one. Remember Blockbuster going there for a tape? Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, see, the thing is, people are wising up. for a little while it was sustainable because people were like, oh, it's the new service, I'm going to try it out. And then people would look at their bill and go, good God, I'm paying for 8 services at $12 a month. I'm paying almost $100. Okay, I'm going to cut half of these. I'm going to watch the ones I want, and then I'm going to cut those off and move on to the next one. But those streaming services, they rely on the month-to-month subscribers. They don't want you being in for a month and a half or 2 months, cutting them off, and then switching to another service. They want you there for the long term. But unfortunately, the way it is now, there's too many streaming services to have all of them all the time. You can't, I mean, unless you just have endless supply of money, having all the streaming services all the time is it's not a sustainable thing for most people. I mean, I can't afford to have all the streaming services. I've cut back severely. I now have Amazon Prime because I have Amazon. I mean, Amazon doesn't care so much because they got their... Amazon Prime is just a vanity project for them. And Amazon Prime, I think, will go away one day. I think Amazon Prime is probably a place that Amazon, when times get really tough, Amazon will probably cut back on their Amazon Prime stuff. It may not go away, but they will cut back on new content very heavily because it just is not a moneymaker for them. But I have Amazon Prime, I have Netflix, and that's about it. I don't even pay for Hulu anymore. I stopped my Hulu subscription a while ago, stopped D Plus a while ago. I don't watch anything on D Plus anyway. I mainly had it because my kids liked it, and they aren't around anymore. So I was like, oh, that can go. And Hulu, I hardly ever watched anything on anyway. Hulu used to be really cool because Hulu would have like all the like the DC CW shows, the Arrowverse and stuff on it. And then once they stopped having it on there, I was like, I'm done. I find on Netflix, I find myself flicking up and down the list for ages, wondering what to pick, exploit for choice. Yeah, you know, the Netflix, I find I watch a lot of Korean dramas and stuff these days, so I have no problem finding them. Remember when Amazon, Lucas, I remember when Amazon was losing money to the tunes of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars every year. And they kept saying, just wait, it's gonna be something down the road. I wish I had got in on Amazon stock back then when it was losing tons of money every year. Man, I'd be set now. Yeah, you know, HBO Max, I've thought about getting. Most of their stuff, I'm just kind of like, eh. It doesn't really excite me a whole lot, I guess. I never was a big Game of Thrones person. I mean, it was an interesting show. I don't really like nihilistic type shows. You know, I like shows that actually have like heroes and people to aspire to be like. That's why Walking Dead for me after a while just was like, okay, I'm everybody sucks. I get it. Everybody sucks. And I just, those kind of shows I can watch for a while, but then I just kind of, they get retreaded so much that, you know, that everybody's a shitty person, excuse my French, that I just kind of lose interest in it after a while. It's like, I don't mind shows that have crappy people in them. Especially if there's oh, here's the loose boards. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Especially if there's, you know, like a redemption for them, or they are specifically there to make the better people, you know, to make other people look good, to make other people be better. I don't mind that, but when everybody in the show is just kind of dog crap, I'm kind of like, I just lose interest in it after a while. I can watch it for a little while, but I kind of lose interest in it after a while. That's why in like Walking Dead, just for example, that's why when they killed off Herschel in Walking Dead, it was kind of the death knell for me. I mean, not that Herschel was like my favorite character or anything, but Herschel was kind of like that aspirational character for that show that, you know, he went through a lot of crap, but he still had some kind of aspirational ideas, and kind of believed in that mankind could be better. And then he was gone, and then it was Glenn, and then Glenn was gone. Glenn and Maggie was kind of like the took over that role, and then they did Glenn dirty, and it was like, I'm good.
Need something to drink soon.
And I checked out after that. You use Sling TV for maybe 5 years now. Honestly, love it. I don't need Netflix or anything else. Yeah, I have a Roku TV, and it works really good. I watch a lot of stuff on YouTube these days too. I watch a lot of YouTube. So I get a lot of entertainment off YouTube. I think some of the YouTube stuff I watch is better than some TV that I watch. So I enjoy a lot of YouTube content. And like I said, then I watch some stuff on Netflix as well. Roku has its own like advertise service as well. Roku TV is on there, and you can watch some advertised content on that. I've never been a guy who really hated advertised content. I was just like, whatever. They gotta make their money too. And I can always turn the channel or walk away or go get myself a snickety snack. Look at my phone for 5 minutes while the advertised commercials are going on. And most of the ones that have advertised, have advertisements during them, those are the quote-unquote free services. Just remember the old adage, if something is free, you are most likely the product. You're most likely the product. They're gathering your data. They're seeing what your interests are. They're using you for some sort of study or information about what people like on said service. Nobody's spending thousands or millions of dollars to be altruistic. It just doesn't happen. I mean, in an ideal world, yes, it would happen, but nobody is doing it for free. Hey! Where is the... Okay, there's no birch or maple here. Summon a lich. I was hoping there'd be one. I watch a lot of YouTube, women's football, and some Netflix. Oh yeah, see, and that's the other thing too, is that there's a lot of different places to get content from these days. Back in the day, we had the 4 or 5 main channels of TV, and that was about it. And they controlled everything. I wanted a more people versus Zed. Okay, I checked out the farm burned down. Checked out the farm burned down before they got to the prison. I wanted more people versus Zed-centric, but instead people, yeah. Well, that was the thing for me, Max. I wanted... Walking Dead was at its best when it was people having to band together to, survive the zombies. And yes, there would be conflicts for resources, conflicts for territory, conflicts for that sort of stuff. People bumping into each other and wanting the stuff that other people had. But in the end, it was mainly them versus the Z's. And like you said, instead it became a people versus people drama. And, a couple seasons in, it was like the zombies were just kind of a minor annoyance they had to deal with every once in a while. And I could understand I could understand the desensitizing they would have after a while. I mean, I would, you know, humans are a pretty adaptable species, and I would think after, I don't think in the short amount of time they show on the show, but say humans had to live with zombies over a period of 100 years. Say that humans, you know, zombies were real, they were a thing, the human species was able to survive, they were never able to get rid of zombies completely, but zombies became part of the world just like we live with bears and lions and tigers and that sort of stuff. People would become kind of desensitized to them, but it would take a dramatically longer period of time. It would be a generational type thing instead of being, you know, a year in and you're like, it's just another Z, whack, I took it out, oh whack, I took this one out, no big deal, no big deal. Yes, I did, Vindictive Minx, I kind of burned myself out. So I could see humans becoming desensitized to it, especially because, and they touched on this in Walking Dead a little bit, how the younger kids just kind of like took a different view of the zombies than people who, you know, kids are of course more resilient as well, and that's the other thing is over generations the children would learn, not that they would learn not to fear them, but they would learn to not be terrified of them, to not it would be just part of their life, it'd be part of what they grew up with, and that's, you know, something that I think could be explored in a show like that. And they explored, like I said, they explored it a little bit with a couple of the younger cast members. I hated the route that they took where the one girl got all weird and ritually and like was gonna kill her sister because she wanted her to become a zombie or what. And then Carol killed her. It was just like, what the hell is going on around here? So yeah, I mean, they definitely touched on it a little bit, but the people versus people drama I just did not care about in Walking Dead. It turned me off to the show. I was just like, yeah, it's not for me. It's not for me. And again, it's like I said, you know, they basically, it was a very, it too was kind of a nihilistic show, and that was kind of a product of its time too. The whole nihilism era of TV, I'm glad that it kind of is over, and that people are kind of over it in a way. I mean, there will always be that genre, but I think its heyday is past. Thank God. Because I can take it for a little bit, but I can't take it forever. That's why like a show like The Expanse is so good. Yes, in some ways The Expanse is kind of nihilistic because everybody's kind of crappy to each other. You know, the Belters versus the Earthers versus Mars. But there's also aspirational heroes in Holden and in Amos. I mean, and Amos is kind of a crappy person too, but you kind of grow to love Amos after a while. At first, Amos just rubbed me the wrong way, but he became one of my favorite characters later on in the series. You understood how broken he was, and why he did things he did. He didn't just do them to be evil. He didn't just do them because he was a douchebag. There were specific reasons Amos did things he did, and they did a good job kind of bringing that to light. So yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that like Babylon 5 had, is that there were really crappy characters in Babylon 5, but they always had counterbalance of those characters as well. And the arcs that a lot of those characters in Babylon 5 went through were just amazing. But that's good writing, and unfortunately, good writing doesn't really exist in Hollywood these days. Good writing is a rare thing in Hollywood these days compared to the crappy writing that goes on in a lot of cases. But I think some of that also goes back to you write what you know, and a lot of the writers that are in Hollywood these days have grown up with some pretty bad examples of what good stuff should be, in my opinion. They need to, and they don't have, they don't have, they've not, they've, you know, they don't have a lot of stuff to aspire to in some ways. And they're told also to write a lot of stuff over and over and over again, because it's the era of reboots and reimaginings, and instead of coming up with their own unique things. I guess I should have started the fire on the 6-burner stove, shouldn't I? What a goober I am. I should have started the fire in here. On this nice big 6-burner stove where I could be making water, all sorts of stuff. Oh well. Hey, nice little campfire in the fireplace is always nice too. Good morning, Cass. How you doing? Alright, well, we made our whirlwind tour here. We're going to head back to the farmhouse, up to the radio control hut, down into Winding River, over to Mystery Lake, and then we're going to make a forge run, because we actually have a heavy hammer waiting for us back over there, which is awesome. The nice thing is that it'll all come full circle. I mean, you look at like, you know, entertainment over time. It goes through highs and lows. It's not like it's irrecoverable. People are always hungry for entertainment. And entertainment will go through periods of being bad. It'll go through periods of being good. Eventually it'll come back around, and people, there'll be a desire on people's part, of people to have good entertainment, and they will gravitate to that good entertainment. You look at something like Top Gun Maverick and how amazing that movie did, and in my opinion, how amazing that movie is and was. Nobody thought that a franchise that was from the 80s, like Maverick, would, you know, like Top Gun, would have such an amazing box office run in 2022. I mean, that's just, that blew everybody away. Everybody away. I was wondering why you were doing that. Thought you might want charcoal or something. Nah, I just didn't even think about it. Laka, how you doing? You good? Running errands, rocking my Atheenon hoodie. Ooh! Look, I got my Canadian hoodie on today. Well, I love it, Cass. I love it. I'm glad you like it, and I love to hear that. So, and thank you, Cass. I appreciate it. All right. All right. I don't need that lit right now. Grilled ham and cheese and a bowl of minestrone soup. Yum. I had a cheese sandwich the other day. I didn't have ham and cheese, but I had a cheese sandwich. A grilled cheese. And it was delicious. Yeah, it's very nice. I like it. Dun, 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 dun. I don't get a chance to wear it very often, but I do like it. I'm not a big hoodie person because I usually run a little hot. Yeah, ladies. Yeah, ladies. I said it. I'm a little hot sometimes. But yeah, I don't usually wear a lot of hoodies because I usually run pretty warm. And so usually I find myself like overheating in them. But today it's a little I got up and it was a little chilly in the house. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to wear my hoodie instead. My Damn It Mike shirt should be here. Oh, snap. I'd love to see a picture of it, Cass. Even if it's not on you, I'd love to just see a picture of it, like on Discord or something. I don't like asking young ladies for pictures because that sounds creepy. But I'd love to see a picture of it on you or just on its own. It's fine. I don't want it to come out like, hey, when you get it, throw me a picture of, you know. I think Nate might have a problem if I approached it that way. They would be like, Atheenon, excuse me, sir. Asking for pictures of my lady, that's not very polite.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
But I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. Did we get much? Did we get more snow this week in Oregon? We got a dusting. It wasn't very much though. It wasn't the area I was in. I should say we did not get very much snow. We got a little bit. Oh, there's the matches. Nice. Yeah, the area I was in did not get much snow at all. Got maybe like 2 inches on the ground, and then it cleared up like within a day. It was gone. So, alrighty. I don't know if that. Sometimes the house over here is up. I don't know if that'll be the case this time. No, it is burned to the ground. Okay. That house there is always locked. So. Now, if you go out more towards where my mom lives, they got about 6 to 7 inches out there, and it stuck around for a little while. So the area I am in, you can go, a few miles one direction or the other, and the amount because the valley goes up and down so much, the amount of precipitation, snowfall, that sort of stuff can vary widely. Within a 10-mile radius, you can have 10 different accumulation amounts that could occur. So, we're supposed to get sleet on Thursday in the UK, but it will not stay. I'm so sick of snow in Detroit. I don't really like snow that much. I think it's annoying. That's why I'm glad we don't get very much. We mainly get rain here in Oregon. I mean, most of the time, 90% of the time, any precipitation coming down is rain. It's very, very rarely is it ever snow. Let's see, we got 3 of those. I'm gonna rip that into pieces there. And then I think I'm going to read my book before I go to bed. I've not had much here in PA this winter. Only a few inches here and there. Well, and like my mom's from my mom has family over in Erie, PA, and they generally get a lot more inclement weather there by the lake, because they're right on Lake Erie. So she hears from them every once in a while. Be like, yeah, we got 1.5 feet of snow. And it's like, well, I'm glad I'm in Oregon. I don't want no 1.5 feet of snow. Screw that. Screw that. Oh, cool, Cass. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Did it get modded? It got modded? Really? Did it get modded? No way. Modding on YouTube, I just don't get. I don't get the moderation stuff on YouTube.
I need to find something to drink.
Oh, there we go. I had moderation activity turned off. That's strange. Hey, Redacted. Did you hear about the thunderstorm that didn't win top prize? It got a precipitation trophy. I don't know you, Redacted. I don't know who you could be. How you doing, buddy? Hope you're having a good one today. Oh, look, we can actually see out here. Oh, look. Oh, by the way, look. I've got a night vision for YouTube set up. I don't have the chat in it, but it's all set up for YouTube. I just got to get the overlay. The overlay going on. And I can always switch it back to that. But how you doing, Redacted? I hope you're having a good one, my friend. Now, I'm not going to take this meat with me because it's stinky. And I don't need the stank. I'm gonna have a hard enough time avoiding wolves and bears and stuff like that anyway. So I'm not gonna take that with me. Let's see, do I have a torch? Yes, I do. So we're gonna go down the road here, check out the truck. And then we are going to go to the cave over here and check that cave out. And then hit the picnic area, Pensive Pond, and then skate back over towards the farmhouse. And then up to the radio control hut. That way we've pretty much covered most of the area in this zone. There was a few places we won't have covered. I guess we could swing by the farmhouse and then go to the Three Strikes homestead after that. The main reason I wanted to come over here to the community center is we got another three stims. That's that cache. There's a note there at the point of disagreement that leads you to 3 stims at the crossroads and the piano inside that church. And so that's the main reason you want to come to the crossroads now, is to get them 3 stims. Because it's very nice. I don't want the road. Did I picked up another coat, didn't I? Oh, it's just a parka. Never mind. Kind of like the community hall is an alternate base because the farmhouse is so loud. Yeah, it is very loud. I've said cast in the past. I'll say it again. I hope one of the big things they do when they do all their updates and everything at the end of this month, which, by the way, the next drop for Tales from the Far Territory is coming into this month for every platform, as far as I know. I hope they rebalance sound a little bit in the game, because some houses are way louder than others, and I've heard the argument, well, they want these sounds to be loud. And it's like, well, yeah, but at the same time, you go into certain zones like Forlorn Muskeg, and there's literally a blizzard going on, and there's no sound at all. No sound at all. So, I don't think they intended for that. So, Ath, it's been a little while. How are you liking it now, the dual Twitch and YouTube life? I've been enjoying it quite a bit. I definitely, this month is sort of my month of change, redacted, because I'm going to be pulling back on my streaming a little bit this month, because I do need to, I'm falling behind on, I'm falling short of what I need to pay bills and that sort of stuff. It's not hurting me because I have a decent amount saved up from my severance from work, but I don't ever want to get in a position where I don't have some backup. So I definitely, this month, I'm going to be doing a little less streaming and doing more of my secondary job, because streaming still is my primary occupation at this point. But I don't ever want to get to the point where I'm like, oh yeah, I can't afford to do streaming anymore. I have to go out and take 2 jobs just to make ends meet. And I don't think it'll ever come to that, because streaming is doing very, very well. But I definitely need to get my side hustle, my side gig going on. But everybody, throughout everything, through Twitch and YouTube and Streamloots and all that sort of stuff, have been super, super generous to the channel. And it's been going really, really good. It's been going really, really well. I've just been floored by the generosity and the response I've gotten from the community. So for me, it's been a really good experience. It's taught me a lot. Taught me a lot of things I want to do, things I don't want to do, in the future and that sort of stuff. So it's been a really good for me just to kind of, go whole hog these first couple months. And there's definitely some things I want to change, but there's definitely some things that I'm very happy with. So You want to be able to hear the animals, so when water falls, drowns them out. It's not good. Yeah, well, that's the problem, is that I want the background noise to be there because I love the ambiance in this game. I love the birds cawing and the animals making noise, and you know, there's footfalls of wolves. You can actually hear wolves. If a wolf is over a hill from you, you can actually hear his footsteps in the snow. But then you get near to a waterfall, or you go into a certain house, not all of them, but certain houses, or you go, you know, or a blizzard comes up, and the sounds just become deafening to the point where you're like, I just got to turn down the volume now. I just got to turn the volume down because I can't handle the loudness any longer. Are you gonna look for a job? No, I'm just gonna be doing some delivery driving for you. Just some DoorDash, maybe a little bit of Lyft, Grubhub or Uber Eats. I have most of the apps already. In this area, DoorDash does actually really well. And I can make like $100 in a few hours on DoorDash usually. So, you know, I'll need to go out like, you know, 3-4 times a week and do some DoorDash, and you know, just to make a little extra money. And that's the thing. It's not like I'm not, you know, making enough at the moment. It's just I'm not making enough. It's just falling a little bit short. I'm having to dip into my savings every month to pay my bills. So I don't need to go look out for like a full, like, you know, like an hourly part-time job or anything. Thank goodness. I'm in a very good position where, being older like I am, I don't need to do that any longer, because it's not like can you make your own hours with them? Oh yeah, with the delivery driving stuff, you can do it whenever you want. Some of it is market driven though, Luke, Alaka, because the you know, there's certain times that are better to drive than others, based on a lot of factors. It's very supply and demand. And so if you go out during a time where there's not a lot of rides available, or not a lot of people ordering food or DoorDash type stuff, you aren't going to get paid very much. But if you go out at other times, there's actually, sometimes they'll give you bonuses because there's not a lot of drivers out, and you can make some pretty good money at it. So, have I ever been to Vegas? I drove through Vegas one time. I drove through Reno one time when I drove to Denver, Colorado. I went through that area, and I stopped in both Reno and Vegas. I think it was Reno and Vegas. But I've never really been there before though. No, like actually stayed there. It was more of a, I went through and I saw it and I was like, yep, I'm good. But I will be going to Vegas this year when TwitchCon's gonna be in Vegas this year, boys and girls. It's not in that place called San Diego, which is, I'm like, yay! Oh, thanks you for it. It's gonna be fine. The thing is, I'm in a good position because I'm older. I'm not like looking to plan. I'm not looking to plan a life as far as like, oh, well, I have to, you know, plan to have a career that makes me X amount of money and that has advancement and then I can do this and do that. It's like, I just want to be, at this point, I just want to be able to pay my bills, be comfortable, maybe be able to go on a vacation once in a while. And I'm not a very extravagant person. A fun vacation for me is going down to the redwoods in California, or going down to the beach here in Oregon for like a night or two. I'm kind of a homebody, so I'm not very extravagant. I don't need to be flying off to, you know, Mexico to have a good time. I don't need to be, you know, traveling to the Virgin Islands or something, you know. I don't need to be flying back to the East Coast to have a good time or anything. I'm like, if I can drive there, I'm good. I mean, I'm fine. When is it? I believe it's October. I think TwitchCon's in October, like the 20th through 22nd, I want to say. Good morning, Mads. How you doing? Hello, hello. So yeah, I think it's October is when it is. That's what I want to say anyway. So yeah, for me at this point, I'm like, hey, if I can pay my bills, save up a little bit of money, and be comfortable, I'm good. But I've always been kind of pragmatic with that. And I think it helps that, you know, in my 30s, I had a ridiculous job that I made ridiculous money at. I know what it feels like to be able to, you know, pretty much buy whatever you want and not really worry about the cash until later. And I don't, that's a lifestyle I don't want. It's more headaches than it's worth, to be honest. It really, truly is. Well, we've only been live for 59 minutes, Mads. We've only been live for 59 minutes. It got around to you after a while. We're going in September to celebrate my aunt and uncle's 23rd anniversary. Oh, that's awesome. Well, and that's the thing, Locke. I've been... My friend, she doesn't understand it, because she's 47, she's never had children, she's never been married, and she's like, don't you want to just go out and have fun and blah blah blah? And I'm like, not really. I've been there, I've done that. I never liked that lifestyle when I was that age. I never liked the go out and party lifestyle when I was in my 20s and 30s. I have had the kids. I have the kids. I had the wife. I've done all of those activities already. So for me, you know, she really wants to be in love. She wants to have a partner, and you know, she doesn't want to get married, but she wants to have a partner, and you know, she doesn't want to get married though. And I try to tell her, I've tried to tell her, most guys after a while, guys are real, like, guys will talk with a lot of bravado that they don't want to get a commitment. They don't want to be tied down. But honestly, after a while, we kind of do. We want to know that's locked in. You know, we like that. It's part of, and I don't even think it always has to be relate to guys, but I'm just saying as guys, and knowing guys like I do, because I am a guy, it's something we like to have locked down after a while. We just do. It gives us security, it gives us comfort, it gives us that peace that there's somebody there that's going to be there for us no matter what. We like that. Now, there comes a point where, like, where I'm like, I'm good. You know, I've had that before, and I have my kids now. I got my family. I'm really close to my family. And I don't really want anybody else in my life at this moment. Not ever saying I don't ever want anybody ever again, but I'm good. But I think that also happens after you've already been married, you've had kids, you maybe got divorced or whatever. There may come a point in my life where I do, but right now I'm like, yeah, I got too much crap going on at the moment. My life is way too busy to be out on a dating scene, or especially the dating scene these days. Whoa. Ooh-ah. Ooh-ah. Yeah, exactly. It's knowing somebody's got you. I think, and that's the thing, is like, you know, knowing that other person has got you, and knowing that they are, like, you know, exclusively yours and nobody else's, for both the man and the woman. I mean, that is like a precious gift that you can give each other, that there is no monetary equivalent to that. There is no monetary equivalent for that. To have that peace of mind of that other person is a wonderful, wonderful thing, and God bless anybody who can find it, because in this crazy world, it's freaking hard to find that. harder than it's ever been with the hookup culture. My son, I hope he's not watching right now, but my son has kind of talked to me about that before, where, you know, he's just kind of disinterested in like really a lot of dating and stuff because it's such hookup culture, where, you know, he's just kind of like, you know I'm not going to find anybody. You know, it's just not, you know, nobody seems to be interested in actually having an actual relationship with anybody. You know, like an actual committed relationship with anybody. It's very hard to find that. And for those of you that can find it, you know, you are very, very, very fortunate. And I'm very happy for you. It's a waste of time and money. And that's not even the, you know, the money for me, Galen, is not even the thing. The money is, I just don't want my time wasted. My time is way too freaking valuable to me right now. My time is so valuable to me right now. I just don't want my time wasted. I don't want my time wasted more than anything. The money is not even the big thing for me. I think marriage is a trap. Well, there's a lot of guys that do believe it's a trap. Because, I mean, I had to fight my ex-wife just to get, like, weekends with my kids, like every other weekend with my kids. I had to fight my ex-wife just to get that. She didn't want me to basically have any sort of custody of my children at all. And so I'm coming from a perspective of, this is my life experience. I had to literally spend thousands of dollars and take her to court to have a judge tell her that I could have weekends with my kids and some holidays with my kids. I mean, I'm very lucky that I got a very good attorney that was able to argue for me and get me those things, but I had to pay thousands of dollars to get that, and to me that's just wrong. I mean, I was not an abusive person. I mean, I wasn't the greatest person in the world. I mean, we got divorced after all, but it takes two to tango, and it takes two to divorce a lot of times too. And so, you know, I wasn't the greatest person in the world. I had my issues, but so did she. And yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, that is, so I can speak from experience that you know, it's doable, but I knew that, I mean, I actually asked my attorney back then, well, what's the possibility of me getting full custody of the kids? And the attorney was like, your chances of getting full custody of the children, unless she is like a raging alcoholic or, you know, abusive, and you can prove it, your chances of getting most, like, the majority, what they call majority custody, where you have them for more than 51% of the time, the chances of you getting majority custody are pretty much zero. The courts will always, generally, they will always fall in favor of the mother. And that's just a harsh reality that men have to live with. And it sucks. I mean, it made me really sad, but at the same time, it was like, well, I guess I got to work within the system, and that's the system. That's the system. So why would she deny the kids their father? She was bitter at me for you. There was, I mean, our divorce was, amicable, but at the same time, I lost interest in her. We drifted apart after 10 years. I lost interest in her. She honestly, I mean, if she's honest with herself, she lost interest in me as well. And neither of us I didn't want to be married to her anymore. And, I mean, I'm not going to go into the gritty, nitty details, but there were some things that were done that made me completely just disinterested. There was no cheating that went on. There was no, you know, abuse or violence that went on. Nothing like that. It just, it's two people who just got married. Really, we got married when we were 23. I think it was 23. We were both really young, and at 32, 33, I was a completely different person than I was when I was 23, and she was a completely different person as well. And she didn't like the person I was anymore, and I didn't really like the person she was anymore, and we kind of grew apart. I told Nate if it doesn't work out, I don't want anything, just my cats and his wedding band, because it's a custom-made replica of my dad's wedding band. However, he knows that when he gets tired of me, take a nap because divorce is not an option. I just got divorced after 14 years. I got tired of telling her the same things over and over. Well, and I guess, Galen, you know, I always look at it that, you know, I don't put all the blame on her. I was not then, nor am I now, and I know this about myself, an easy person to live with. I'm a very demanding person to live with. I have, you know, undiagnosed, but I am rather OCD about things. I like things done a specific way. I like things orderly, neat, tidy, and I don't like chaos. And I deal really well when things go good, and things go, which in my mind is sort of according to the plan. But when things go outside of that box, it takes me a hot minute to kind of readjust. I can readjust. I'm not, like, so focused that I can't wrap my head around different things, but at the same time, it takes me a hot second to readjust to that new situation. And in the meantime, when I am readjusting, somebody telling me, well, just figure it out, it's going to be fine, doesn't really help the situation, because I'm going through the machinations to get my brain wrapped around the new whatever you want to call it, the new standard, the new way it is. And so I know I'm a hard person to live with. But she wasn't super easy to live with either. I didn't set my boundaries from the beginning. I take responsibility for that. Yeah, exactly. And well, and that's the thing too, Galen. A lot of times, you know, we are I think society has conditioned a lot of people to not set boundaries. And I think boundaries are important in anything. You set boundaries with your friends, you set boundaries with your children, you set boundaries with your family, but a lot of times we don't set boundaries with the romantic partners that we get involved with. And that can be dangerous because we're afraid, in a way, that we're going to lose them. I mean, that's a fear that, you know, this person has no tie of blood to you. You are basically the choice they've made to be with. And there is some fear of losing them because, you know, maybe you're lonely. Maybe you haven't had anybody, you know, in your life for a while in a relationship. Oh, Grand Laz, thank you for the 5 memberships, my friend. Oh, that's super, super kind of you. Going out to Southsided, Redcap, Gordon Marks, Jacob Beckett, Beetlebee. Welcome all to the membership club. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But that's the thing is that I think just as humans, we sometimes don't set those boundaries on significant others. And I think that's part of the hookup dating culture is that we're encouraged not to set boundaries.
The universe can stop me.
We're told well, you shouldn't set boundaries on people because they should just be able to do whatever they want to do. And it's like, well, if I ever get in a relationship with another person ever, I'm gonna set out some boundaries in the beginning and be like, hey, if I'm dating you, even if we aren't like
no power in the verse can stop me.
Intimate. If I'm dating you, I want to be the only one I want to be the only one that you're dating. You're going to be the only one that I'm dating. I want you to be the only one that I'm, you know, that's dating. I want to be the only one that you're dating as well during that time. Grand Laz, again, thank you so much for the 5 memberships, my friend. I appreciate that very, very much. Mango Wu said, I'm glad you want to spend time with your kids. We went to our father's place every other weekend, but only because my mom forced him to take us. He did change over the years, luckily. Yeah, you know, there's a lot of dads that are, I'd say, absent. And that's unfortunate. I think it's sad. I think even in a divorce situation, I think kids need both a mother and a father in their life. I think having both of those roles represented is a good thing, and without it, I think something is lacking. Either, you know, kids who have no father figure or father in their life, or kids whose mother is absent or they don't have her in their life. I think it's a bad. I think they need to see both of those, you know, both of those roles. I think it's important because I think there's things to learn from both of them, from both moms and dads. And I wouldn't want, I didn't want my kids not having that, I guess. So whenever I start to regret getting married, never getting married, all I have to do is talk to someone who's got divorced. Divorce is a sucky thing. It's a sucky thing, Kenneth, and unfortunately, it sucks for both people, but it can literally cripple a man for years and sometimes for the rest of his life. If there's kids involved, if there's, you know, alimony involved, that sort of stuff, it makes men kind of go, yeah, I don't know if I want to take that chance, especially with how hook-uppy our modern day is, where people are like, I'm with you because it's good for me right now, but I'm probably not going to be with you in 5 years or 10 years. And that comes commitment side on both people too, because men can do that as well. I think men when they get committed, they commit. They can get real committed, and sometimes they should be committed. But
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
Yeah, I think it's commitment fear on both sides, really. It really truly is. That hookup culture is teaching us not to set those kinds of boundaries, is very well said. Yeah, it is. It's teaching us not to set the boundaries. It is. It's teaching us to be like, you're the one for right now. And that's great. But I'm not going to put any boundaries on you because, you know, I don't want, and some of that is also a selfish thing too, Mango. You don't want to put the boundaries on that other person because you honestly don't want those boundaries put on you. You see what I'm saying? You don't want another person putting boundaries on whatever activities you may want to participate in as well. And we as humans, we kind of need boundaries. We need boundaries on us for lots of things. Societal boundaries are put on us all the time. We can, I think, pretty much universally agree that killing another person is wrong. That's a societal boundary. There's nothing stopping you from doing it. But it's a societal boundary that's put on us because it's bad. You know, we have those boundaries put on us for a reason. And like I said, you know, if I ever did start dating somebody again, I'm not going to I will choose not to date somebody who is also dating a lot of other people at the same time. And I'm not saying they can't date other people at the same time. I'm just saying if they want to date me, I'm going to be the one they're dating while we're dating. If things don't work out, you're free to go. I mean, you know, if we you know, can't make it together, I'm not going to say, well, you can never date anybody again. But as long as you're dating me, I don't want you dating, you know, 3 other people just to sort of play the field. I've never been a field player. And honestly, when it comes down to it, I think there's a small percentage of men and a small percentage of women that give the larger majority a bad name. I think, honestly, most guys, if they could date a good woman, or a good guy, depending on what preference you have. But if they could date a good
power
woman,
in the verse can stop me.
Oh, thank you, Mango Woo, for the Alpha Wolf. Alpha Wolf, holy crap! That's a tier 3 membership right there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've never been in a relationship. I don't know if I ever will or want to, but I'm hoping everyone is able to find happiness, whether it's by yourself or with someone who makes them happy. Yeah, you know, Jada, you know, I hope so too. If you can find happiness, especially in this crazy world, I say more power for it to you, and I am so happy for you that you can, because it's getting more difficult. It's getting more difficult. And honestly, like, back to my point, I think there's a small percentage of men and women who give a bad name to the larger majority of men and women who actually want something special with one person. They actually want something really special and really, really good with one person. I think it gets tainted by a small minority of people who just want to, like, kind of just basically hook up and be promiscuous and not ever really commit to somebody. I think it's a smaller amount of, it's a smaller minority of people than we're led to believe. We're told by social media, we're told by all these outlets of media that everybody's just hooking up with everybody, everybody's promiscuous. It's a small percentage of men. It's even actually a smaller percentage. They have studies for it. It's a smaller percentage of men than women, period. Because women are the gatekeepers. Women have access like men do not, in general. In general, there's a small minority of men that have a lot of access to women, but a majority of men do not. The average gal has way more pull than the average man does. And that's just biology. I mean, it's not a good or bad thing. That's just biology. I mean, the average woman will always have more pull than the average man will, and there's nothing wrong with that. We accept that. We're like, that's okay, whatever. But I say to, you know, young ladies, you know, choose wisely on the men that you choose. You really choose wisely on the men that you choose, because you are truly choosing them. Us men, we're kind of dogs when it comes down to it. Us men, you know, we will definitely I don't want to sound crass. We'll definitely lower our standards. We'll lower our standards a lot sometimes just to be with somebody, just to get a little. I guess is a way to put it. And ladies, you need to watch out for that. Watch out for those guys. Those are the guys you need to try to avoid. And that's not all guys. And that's why I was saying is that there's a lot of there's a minority of men and women that give the rest of them a bad name. They give the rest of them a bad name, and that's sad. That is really sad. Because I know if I want to get in a relationship with somebody, I want to be in a relationship with just them. I don't want to be in a relationship with 5 other people. Honestly, to me, that sounds exhausting, first of all. But I don't want that either. It just sounds exhausting. It sounds like way more hassle than it's worth. But yes, Phantos, new office. I have a new office. I have a new setup and new background. I took down my green screen. I moved my entire place around, and we finally got a rabbit hat. Nice. Moved my entire place around here, and it's very nice. It's very, very nice. I think one of the problems with relationships in general is people don't go into relationships as whole people. They expect the other person to complete them, and that's nobody's responsibility. Well, yeah, there's a lot of truth to that. I don't think the idea of a whole person is ever. I don't think looking for somebody who's whole is necessarily going to solve your problem, though, because most people out there are not going to be whole people right away. We just aren't. We all have our flaws. We all have our our issues that we're dealing with and working through, and looking for somebody whose whole is going to be very hard. You're narrowing your field quite a bit. I would say look for somebody who's not a complete absolute disaster. Nate doesn't need multiple women. I have plenty of personalities to keep him on his toes. Animal's got a better system. Sniff, sniff. Yep, she's for me. Well, that definitely can make it a little easier, that's for sure. All right, let's see what stuff we have that we can sacrifice. I do not need the that book there. How many oils in the jerry can? 3 liters. Holy crap, that's a lot of oil. That is a lot of fluid. Okay, I'm gonna drop that. I'm gonna refill this since it's a little bit empty. But like I said in the beginning, if you can find somebody that can stand you with all your foibles and all your issues, and they love you through it all, and you can stand them with all their foibles and all their issues, and you can love them through it all, even when you hit hard times, stick with that person. If they're gonna stick with you, that is like more important than anything. Because I think, honestly, too, we just tend to give up too easily. I mean, there are certain things that are, I'd say, non-negotiables, and you have to have your standards, and you have to have your line. But then again, that comes again with, you know, setting boundaries, which some of us are bad at doing, or we do, but we don't communicate those boundaries to the other person. And then we kind of blindside them later on and go, yeah, we're over. And the person's like, what's going on? Why are we over? And you're like, well, you know why we're over. And they're like, I have no idea what you're talking about. So, you know, if you're going to set boundaries, the other thing you need to do, here's the one thing you need to do. If you're going to set those boundaries, you need to communicate those boundaries to the other person. I'm not going to point any fingers, but we're all bad at doing it. Men, women, we're all bad at not just setting the boundaries, but we're bad at communicating the boundaries. Most of us will set boundaries in our head, but we won't communicate them to the other person. And then we'll catch the other person out. We'll be dissatisfied. We'll be unhappy with where the relationship is. We'll hold it against them, and then we'll just kind of drop the bomb on them after a while. So then that's just kind of rude. Kind of rude to set boundaries that you don't communicate to another person, because then they have no idea what's going on. And setting them in a moment of anger is never a good thing either. Like, boundaries are a thing that you need to set when you have perfect clarity and you can actually think about the boundaries that you want with the other person, and then you can communicate them to them when it's not a heated moment. Because heated moments are not good. I met my partner at 19. It's been 11 years now. 11 years now. I'm glad I never had to deal with the whole hookup culture and dating app thing. Oh God. The whole hookup culture dating app thing is a landscape that's horrible. But how you doing, Raven Cove? We've been live for about an hour and a half. Thank you, YouTube, for getting those notifications out there to everybody. You're awesome and amazing in that way. But yeah, I agree, Mango. The hookup dating culture is I could not imagine being a young person today and trying to find somebody that I could, like, form a relationship with. That I could actually be a, you know, form a relationship or develop a relationship with. I just can't imagine it. I would basically nope out. I would be like, nope. Be like, F this, I'm out. I don't know if I could do it. My hubby and I were 17 and 18. I know what you mean. Yeah. Yep. And honestly, I think I think a lot of it is media's fault. It's not all media's fault, but I think the media does not play into it real well. The media does not play into a lot of the stable relationship, I guess you could, stable relationship culture, I guess we'll coin that. It doesn't play into the stable relationship culture very well. It plays into the hookup culture, but it doesn't really play into the stable relationship culture, which is kind of sad. It glorifies the drama that goes on with breakups. It glorifies the you know, kind of hey, I think they're hot, so I'm gonna get involved with them type thing. And here's another thing to remember too, you know, especially guys, hotness only lasts for so long. There's a reason that, take your hottest girl, you know, say back in the 80s, Pamela Anderson. Even Tommy Lee got tired of her after a while. I mean, arguably back then, she was one of the hottest girls around, and she couldn't hang on to Tommy Lee. I mean, so even after a while, you know, hotness only takes you so far. Hotness can get you in the door, but you know, guys and gals, you're not going to be hot forever. And eventually, there's got to be more. There's got to be more. And I think the whole swiping left and right thing has been a big detriment for both men and women. It reminds me a lot of like almost like high school, you know, where it's like, oh, they're so hot, you know, and the hot cheerleader would have all the guys would be clamoring around the hot cheerleader, or all the girls would be clamoring around the hot football player, you know. Not all, but most. I mean, you know, I'm speaking all in very general terms, but the general consensus was, you know, Joey was the hot football player, and a lot of the women, are you know, a lot of the women are attracted to that. If JC can cheat on Beyonce, who are we? Well, exactly. And if Jada Pinkett Smith can basically have an open relationship with Will Smith, which I'm sure that was not Will Smith's idea. Will Smith generally seems, I feel bad for Will Smith because honestly, I think Will Smith wants to be a pretty traditional guy. I think he would prefer to not be in the situation he is with Jada, but I think he's loyal, and I think he is one of those old school kind of dudes. And I kind of feel bad for him in some ways. I mean, he made his own bed, so he's got to lay in it, but at the same time, it makes me go, aww. Aww. Yeah, getting old sucks, Faith. It does. It does. Getting old does suck. And everything you do in your 20s, even into your 30s,
I can't feel
sometimes you won't see the I don't want to say consequences. You won't see the results of the choices you make in your 20s and your 30s sometimes till you're in your late 30s or your 40s. A lot of the choices I made in my 20s and 30s, I didn't see the consequences of until I was in my 40s. And I was like, oh God, I wish I hadn't done that. God, I wish I could go back, you know, and change that. And a lot of those were like more financial type things. Like, you know, in my 30s, in my late 20s, early 30s, I was in a very lucrative job where I made a lot of money, and I never saved a penny of it. I just spent and spent. My lifestyle went up and up and up and up and up, and my income went up and up and up, but my lifestyle went up and up and up, and I didn't look to the future at all. And I'm like, God, I could have been set on Easy Street at this point if I had saved 5% of what I was making back then. 5%. I could have been so well set up at this point in my life, and it's like, oh, you idiot. I mean, but you can't go back and change it, so what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, totally. Totally. I mean, you can see that. Why do you think the whole thing with Chris Rock happened? That's a man, that is a broken man lashing out, because he can't lash out at her, he lashed out at Chris Rock. Because, I mean, honestly, the G.I. Jane joke, that is one of the most innocuous jokes. It wasn't even that funny. It was one of the most innocuous, off-the-cuff, I mean, in categories of roasting somebody, that was like a 4 at most. That was like a 4 at most. As far as roasting somebody. I've seen comedians roast people way worse than that. Way worse than that. In just little stand-up comedy shows that I've gone to, they've roasted people in the audience way worse than that. You know, and that was just a very bad reaction, of course, but yeah, I want to be in a secure relationship and have someone to rely on, but I think it's too late now. It's the big 60 in 9 days' time. Well, Euphoria, it's one of those things where I don't think it's ever too late. I think it definitely, I think your options are definitely narrowed the older you get. It's not going to be easier, for sure. I think that it's more, I think it's not easy for men or women. I think it's more accentuated for women than for men as they get older. But I think it's tough for both men and women as well. I found that for me, as an older guy who's almost going to be 53 in a month and a half, 53. I think the main struggle for me is that I'm at a point where I am pretty comfortable with my life right now, and to bring somebody into that would take a very special kind of person. And I think for me as well, just personality-wise, I'm a loner in a lot of ways. Even when I was married, even when I was in other relationships, I was kind of a loner. I like my own space. I like my own place. I don't even like my kids living with me, let alone a partner living with me, in a lot of ways. So for me, I make it harder on myself. Plus, I just don't want somebody else's baggage at this point. For me, the baggage is a big thing. I don't really want, unless their kids are out of the house like mine are, I don't really want to date somebody who has kids that still live with them. I'm not looking to be somebody's daddy, you know, or be a surrogate daddy. It's just not something I'm looking for. I have my kids. They're grown. They're out of the house. Me too, and I'm married. But that's the thing. Is like my life goals are different now. Well, and you know, Laka, it is a bit that I'm set in my ways. But at the same time, it's also from a standpoint that, yeah, I'm not perfect, but for myself, I've kind of got my life together at this point. I've kind of got myself figured out. I know my flaws very well, and I'm not afraid to admit my flaws. I'm not afraid to admit that, yes, when I get involved with somebody, my OCD kicks in. And most girls don't want somebody who's obsessive about them. I try not to be obsessive about them, but if I love you, if I want you to be my significant other, and you are reciprocal to that, I am going to spoil the crap out of you, not out of fear of losing you, but because I am that enamored with you. I am like both. I'm one of those both feet in kind of people. When I'm in, I am 100% in until you give me a reason to not be 100% in. And that's a big drawback. A lot of ladies don't like that. A lot of ladies find that creepy, or find that to be too overbearing, or it's like, oh, back off, stop being, stop, one of my, I love public displays of affection. I love to hold your hand in public. I love to give you little pecks on the cheek, or have you, there is no, ladies, and take this as an honest to God truth, there is no greater feeling you can give to your man than in the middle of a store, for no reason whatsoever, turn around to him and just wrap him in a big bear hug. That is going to make your man, that is a bigger turn on than anything, any lingerie you can buy them and wear for them in the bedroom. That public display of affection right there is going to make your man go, damn. She just, in front of all these absolute total strangers, she just told every single one of them that I'm hers. And most guys are going to be like, most guys are going to feel really special because of that. That is a special thing that costs you nothing and will give you so many brownie points with your man. Because they're just going to be like, damn, she just put her mark all over me. And everybody else in this place, that's like a social status thing for a guy. And if you really do care about him and you do that, that is just going to that's going to elevate you above anything you could ever do in the bedroom, anything you could ever cook him. There's a lot of other things you can do, but that's something I find that super attractive. I really do. And I think a lot of other men do as well, because we don't get that. Gals, you get hugged and kissed and affectionate. You get affection all the time from your girlfriends, from other guys and stuff. Most of the time, I can just speak for myself, but for guys, and especially I'm just speaking from my own experience, being a guy in a lot of ways sometimes is a very lonely experience. And I'm not trying to be boo-hoo, I'm not trying to be poor me. I'm just saying, on average, guys do not get DMs. Guys do not have, in general, guys do not have girls coming up and just talking to them at random. Guys do not have girls coming up and asking them out in just random situations. Guys do not have the access to the opposite sex like girls do in a multitude of ways. And so that's something I've always valued very special. When I had my last girlfriend, and she would just turn around and give me a big hug in the middle of the store. Just because we were walking along, we'd be holding hands, and she just would turn around and give me a big hug. It was just oh, that's so good. It's just so, it was just such a special feeling. So a lot of people think I'm intense. Yeah, I'm real intense. I am, when I'm in Cass, I'm in. Yeah, 100%. Oh, Ath, totally get it. I just want a man who's all grown up now. Yeah, and men do grow up. I feel bad for you women, because men grow up very slowly. Very, very slowly. And most women don't want to have a boy. They don't want a boy that they have to raise. You don't want to be some man's mommy. And I'm not talking about cooking for them. I'm not talking about housework, I have to clean up after them, that sort of stuff. I'm talking about actually having to deal with immature men. And most men are pretty immature in a lot of ways. And I feel bad for you, because I think that I feel bad for a lot of women these days, because I think men are being even more encouraged to be more immature than they ever have been before. They just are. The men are being encouraged not to grow up at this point. Bonus points if you're hot, because it's an ego boost for men to have a hot girlfriend. hotness, Cass, is such a subjective thing. What's the hottest thing about a girl to me is that she'll, if a girl is average looking, even a little bit below average looking, if she's willing to, be in my life and hang around with me, looks honestly aren't that big of a deal. I mean, everybody has their preferences and has a cutoff of, I'm not going to date somebody who's got a head that's 3 times as large as it should be, or something like that. Everybody's got their cutoff, everybody's got their preferences, but honestly, I think you'd find that most men are pretty... They will have their standards, but they will lower them a lot. Let's just put it that way. Men will have their standards, but they will tend to lower them a lot, especially in the looks category. The looks category is, yes, it's an ideal. Yes, I would love to date somebody that looked like Cindy Crawford. What are the odds of me dating somebody who looks like Cindy Crawford? Very, 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 very low. Very, very low. And I have to live with that reality. That's not a reality that I can just pretend is, I can't hold out for a Cindy Crawford because I know that's never ever going to happen. That's not in the cards for a guy like me. I mean, I'm not bad looking. If I had to give myself a 1 to 10, I'd give myself like a 5.5, 6 on a good day. I'm average. I know I'm not horrifying. I know I'm not like, oh my God, what is going on? But at the same time, I have never had women approach me. I look at guys who are, I would consider guys who are 7s and 8s. I would consider those the guys that have women who approach them on a regular basis, soliciting them for dates and trying to get their numbers. Those are guys who are 7s and 8s. 9s and 10s, those are guys who basically can have pretty much any woman they want, for the most part. I mean, I'm not saying any woman, but they can they have their pick of the pool, basically. Those are 9s and 10s. 5s to 6s are what most of us are. 5s and 6s honestly are what most of us are in this world. And that's okay. It's okay to be average. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Nothing wrong with it at all. I actually find a flaw, like a physical flaw, like a physical characteristic, that's a little different in a woman. I find those kind of I like women who are interesting. I like women. My type is not asymmetrical. I know asymmetrical beauty is a thing. Being asymmetrical to me almost anymore, especially, looks kind of fake. Yeah, 9s and 10s are men that just show up and they're there. They don't have to put any work into them. You've seen those guys. Those are the guys in the VIP room. Now the thing is 9s and 10s also, Cass. It's a difference between men and women too. There is a small minority of men who are 9s and 10s, and there's even a smaller minority of those 9s and 10s that are physically 9s and 10s. There are men who some women would rate as 9s or 10s, but they are 9s and 10s because of their socioeconomic status, where guys are more... The 9s and 10s, it's total physical. Socioeconomic status does not matter as much to guys as it does to girls in a lot of situations. I mean, it does matter. I don't want a girl who's basically a bum who's just gonna, like, never strive to do anything with her life. But at the same time, it's not as expected. It doesn't play as big a factor in the dating strategy for men as it does for women in a lot of ways. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's how it's always been for hundreds of years. Grog got the first cave girl because he had the fish, and Zog did not have a fish. Because she went, ooh, they're both kind of similar, but he's got the fish. I'm going to go with him because I'm going to get some food. To take it back to a very basic level, you know. Good. Galen, thank you for the $1.99 there. I appreciate that so much. Yet they talk to you as if you were a child. Yeah, sometimes. I do love it when my girlfriend gives me a head scratches. Honestly, it's one of the best things ever. Yeah, you know, Beastie, a lot of us men, we're dying for... there's a lot of men out there who are dying for physical intimacy. And I'm not talking about even sex. Yeah, sex is great, but there's a lot of men who we just want a woman who will hold our hand, who will give us a hug, who will rub our back when we're feeling bad, who will, you know, cuddle up next to us and hold us and just be, you know, and just bring us peace. Because a lot of times life is stressful and we need in that partner, women, I think you need this too. We need our partner to bring us peace. We don't need a partner that brings us chaos, that brings us conflict, that brings us drama, that brings us literally a headache. We don't need that. We want a partner that gives us that peace and gives us that strength that comes from that peace and that peace of mind, knowing that they're there for us no matter what. We both want that, and I think men especially want that, especially men that are sort of high. I don't want to say high value, but kind of like men who are in a higher earning position or a very stressful job position. We don't want to come home and have, I mean, a little inside baseball. That's one thing that kind of drove me nuts with my ex-wife. Is I was working a job. Yes, I was getting paid really well for this job. This is what my job entailed, though. I was on call pretty much 24/7. I worked 365 days a year. I never had a day off unless I chose to take the day off, and sometimes choosing to take a day off was more of a headache than actually working because I had to set up a whole bunch of stuff in motion. I had to put a whole bunch of stuff in motion to cover me not being there, and that was for 10 years of my life. My job was, I would say on a stress level of 1 to 10, my job was about a 15. And when I'd come home from work, I didn't want more stress added onto that. And she kind of added more stress to it. And I didn't need that. I wanted out. It wasn't even that I didn't like her. I just didn't like the chaos and drama that brought. Red 5, hey buddy, how's it going? How's it going, man? The only thing I look for in a woman is if you enjoy video games, anime, nerd. If you're into those things like Star Wars and Lord of the Rings, then I'm into them. Luckily, my girlfriend is. Well, there you go, Beastie. You got yourself a catch, Beastie. You got yourself a catch.
Man, I could use a drink.
I could use a drink, but I'm not gonna drink. All right, there we go. Keep that down. We were talking about going on a cruise last night, and I'm terrified of water. So Nate was like, "Would you consider going on a cruise?" And I was like, "Nope, never." He's like, "What if it was? What if Ian Somhalder was there?" And I was like, "Well, I mean, I might meander onto a cruise then." Yeah, Athens, thank you from Twitch. Some thoughts. I'm too damn old for drama. Also, I see college-age boys being told that a mature male is toxically masculine. It's absolute poison being told. Oh yeah, well, and unfortunately, Wesley, not only are the college-age males being sort of taught to be toxically masculine, not be like, they're being taught to be. They're being taught to be domineering and overbearing. Where masculinity, back in my day, masculinity and chivalry were kind of hand in hand. If you were a masculine man, you were chivalrous at the same time. You would open the door for the lady. You would make sure that she was taken care of. You would look out for her. That was being a man. That was just expected. You would ask the lady out on a date. You would respect her boundaries. You would not be looking just to hook up with her to basically smash and pass, as the kids like to say these days. You were actually, being a man meant that you actually manned up, that you actually took responsibility for your actions. And anymore, a lot of people don't like taking the responsibility for their actions. It's not something that they look forward to doing. They sort of want to do what they want and move along. and that kind of sucks. I think it hurts both men, and I think it hurts women too. I think it hurts everybody. And that it's kind of sad. I wish society wasn't going down that road. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Back in our day, we were. Both men and women were taught to value their families, protect their families above all else, and family was the most sacred thing. I come from that. I grew up in a small town. Family was and always will be and is to this day to me one of the most important things in the world. My mom, my brother, my aunts, my uncles, my cousins, I would die on a hill for any of them, without question. And and family was always very important to me. But that's just the way I was brought up too. So, and I know a lot of people aren't brought up with that anymore, and it's sad that we've devolved into a society where that's not as important, because I think it is. I think it's good for everybody. I think it is. I think it's good for everybody, and I think it harms a lot of people. There's things in our society now that satisfy your immediate ego, but for your long-term success are not especially beneficial. The hookup culture being one of them. The hookup culture being one of them. Atheen chat question Nate posed to me the other day in the context of first date. Who do you think should pay? Curious on your thoughts. On a first date, I will never let a woman pay. That's just my personal. If I'm going to show interest in her, it's going to be very rare to begin with. I don't just go out on dates. But if I show interest in a woman, it's a sign. It's a sign of my interest that I'm willing to pay for the first date. Now, am I going to spend hundreds of dollars on a first date? No. I'm just getting to know you. I don't know you. I don't know if after this first date I'll want a second date. Am I going to buy you coffee? Or maybe buy you lunch and we can chat and get to know each other? Yeah, sure. I'm not gonna expect her to pay on the first date. That's just not. I was not brought up with that. That to me is that again goes back to the chivalry thing. I pay for the first date for sure. And I know some people will disagree with that. I've heard people argue, well, women aren't being traditional anymore, so I shouldn't have to be traditional either. But even honestly, Nana, even if the woman invites me out, I will at least split the bill, if not offer to pay for the whole thing. And I'm not doing that to show off. I just feel a responsibility that, again, it's my, she's shown her interest in me by asking me out in the first place, because that is a very rare thing for women to do, to ask a man out. And so for me, in my mind, it's me going, hey, I'm going to show my interest in her by offering to pay, unless it's like, again, like I said, first dates, first of all, I hate dinner for first date. Dinner for a first date is so awkward, because you want to eat, and you want to talk though at the same time, and you have to sit there looking at the menu, and I would rather go out for a coffee date, or go out and have one or two drinks, or maybe go out for a light lunch date where you could have a drink and maybe just like a plate of fries or something that you can share, and just kind of get to know each other. I don't ever like going out to dinner for first dates. I've done that before, and it's always so freaking awkward. And dinner's not cheap anymore. It's like $50-$60 to take somebody out to dinner if you're going out. It's like $20-$30 a plate anymore. It's like it's not like you go out and it's $15-$20 to take somebody out to dinner. Even if you're splitting it, it's still not $15 or $20 a person. I know it sounds weird, Iris. You'd say you'd always split the bill. I wouldn't want the guy to feel like I now owe him anything. Well, and the thing is that, see, and that's the thing too, is that there it used to never be, well, in my mind, it never was. If I decided to take you out, if I asked you out on a date, this is my perspective only. If I asked you out on the date,
I would expect that I'd be paying for that first date. I'm not going to do anything extravagant. But I want to get to know you better. And by you agreeing to go out on that date, you've already given me everything I've wanted. You've given me your time. I mean, time is a valuable commodity in this world. And you've already given me your time. And as a reciprocation, I don't mind giving some of my resources that took me time to acquire to get that time from you where I may get to know you better. And maybe we'll go out on a date and we'll realize we really don't have a lot in common, but you're not wasting my time because I'm more than happy to go out with you. And I've never ever thought that a woman owed me anything because I paid for a date. To me, that's just chivalry to pay for that first date. It just is. Like I said, though, I'm not going to do anything expensive on a first date. If a woman is going out on a date with me on a first date, thinking we're gonna go on some expensive trip or go to like a $100 a plate restaurant, she's in for a rude awakening. A rude awakening. I'd just rather have a nice coffee date, have a chance to sit down in the afternoon and talk with you. If things go good, maybe we can go out and have a dinner after that, or maybe we could, arrange a second date where we could do something. I think extending a first date is also a bad idea because the further in you get, the more it becomes, well, what is being expected? For me, I like a first date where I meet somebody, we go out for coffee or maybe a light brunch or something somewhere. We talk for an hour or two, and then we go, hey, do you want to do this again? I really enjoyed your company, or I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. I think you're a great person. It's just not. I'm not feeling the click. I'm not. For whatever reason. And you can wash your hands and walk away and be like, hey, it was great meeting you, and good luck. I hope you find somebody out there that clicks with you better. But yeah, I mean that's the way I look at it, Iris. I don't look at it as an obligation I'm putting on anybody if I offer to pay. For me, I feel. And I know this sounds weird. For me, I feel less of a man if I don't pay for the date. I don't feel I've done my duty, I guess, if I don't pay for the date. Honestly, ladies, you've already done your duty just by accepting us and going out with us in the first place. I don't think women, in a lot of ways, understand how many no's we have to go through before we get to you who said yes to us. Most men, on average, I would say, when I was dating, my no to yes ratio was probably... Gosh, I'm trying to think of what a good... my no to yes ratio was probably at best, my no to yes ratio was probably 10 to 1. I'd get 10 no's for any yeses that I would eventually get. And that's I think I'm being pretty generous. I think that's on the high side, honestly. It was probably even worse than that. But I don't want to overinflate it, so I'm kind of underinflating it. But it was at least 10 to 1 my no's to yeses when I'd ask somebody out. And that was, and you got to understand too, I'm not a person, I don't speed date. This would be 10 dates over this would be 10 people that I would ask to go out on a date, maybe over like a few month period. Because I'd chat with them online a little bit. Maybe we'd have a phone call. Yes, I know. I like to call people and actually talk to them and hear their voice. I know. And that's only asking the ones I thought I had a chance with. Yeah. And that's the other thing, Donald. Yeah, I didn't even think about that, but that's another factor is, as a guy, I'm only asking a person who I think I have a chance with. I don't ask people who I'll look at a beautiful girl and be like, I know I don't really have a chance with her. She's a high enough value girl as far as her looks go that I know that she's not going to even give me the time of day. Yeah, and they always say I have a boyfriend. Yeah, I have a boyfriend. I have a boyfriend. And it's not hard to believe because they're that good looking. And you're kind of like, well, it makes sense you have a boyfriend. You know? It makes sense you have a boyfriend because, you know, you're really good looking. You know? I think it's bad when women lie to men about having a boyfriend just because they aren't interested. I honestly think it would be better if they just said, I'm not interested in you. Yeah, it sucks. And it's a blow. Guess what, ladies? Us guys are used to being told you're not interested in us. You aren't dropping the boom on us in any sort of way. Most of us guys are pretty used to being told you have no interest in us. And some guys, I mean, honestly, some guys just get tired of playing the laws of averages, that out of 100 women that they ask, maybe 2 or 3 will be interested in them, you know, and that's just in going on a date with them. That's not even saying they're going to go and be like, become in a relationship with them. So. Yeah, and that's the thing too, Isis. If he does feel that way, that's the wrong kind of person to be with too. That's where you as a female have to be discerning and be like, well, if you're expecting that of me, I don't want to ever see you again. You know, that's where you women have to have your BS meter up and go, oh, if that's what he's really expecting from me, I don't want to have any part of that. And that's not a bad standard to have. That's not a bad standard to have at all. To have that standard of, you know, I don't owe you anything for what you are, you know, nothing you do makes me beholden to you for anything. And honestly, guys, you need to hold to that too. There's nothing a woman can do that makes you beholden to her for anything. I think everybody has to do that. I mean, people have to be their own individuals. They have to be like, you know, I'm interested in you, but I'm not beholden to you at the same time. You've had that bad experience in the past, young and dumb, and now know better. Yeah. Well, we all go through that too, Iris. You know what? Guys go through the exact opposite. So here's what guys go through, Iris. You've had the experience of, oh, he paid for the date, and now he expects to be physical with me. He expects that I owe him something for that. Guys go through the opposite. Guys go through, this girl's letting me take her out on a date, but now she's expecting me to buy her things. She's expecting me to take her to expensive places. She's expecting me to, you know, the expectations kind of go both ways. It's just on different metrics, and guys do go through that. Guys do go through that. So I'm feeling a lot better, Mrs. Honeypot. And hi, how you doing, by the way? So guys go through it too. They have, you know, there's expectations that flow both ways, and it's just on different metrics that they flow. And I think some young guys get jaded by that too. And some young, you know, it becomes a lot of young people get jaded in the sense where they start to just look at it as like a transaction. Like, I'm giving you this, so I expect this. Or I'm giving you this, so I expect this. Where it's like, whatever happened to just kind of like feeling each other out for a minute and going, hey, you know, do you want to take this somewhere else? Do you want to actually, like, maybe see if we can make this be something down the road between us? It doesn't have to be right now. And I think a part of that also comes back to hookup culture. Everybody's looking for that immediate bump. They're all looking for that immediate bump to their adrenaline, to their serotonin, to their ego, to whatever you want to call it. They're looking to immediately jump in the sack, and that's both men and women, which is shocking. Women don't just immediately jump in the sack with dudes. It's not worth it. There's not a guy out there who is worth jumping in the sack with on the first night. I'm sorry, there's not. It's the old adage of, why will he buy the milk if you're giving away the cow? Why will he buy the cow if you're giving away the milk for free? Why will he value, that is something that men value in women, and why will he either continue to pay for it or continue to want to be in a relationship with you if you're just giving it to him on the first or second date? I mean, in an ideal world, you know, it would be great, but guys don't fall in love over sex. They just don't. They just don't. Unless you see Summerall Howler. Athena, don't degrade yourself as a beautiful woman. I can tell you Nate thought that he didn't stand a chance with me, but he took the shot and won. Well, and but see, that's the thing too, is that you have to understand, Cass, it's not, it's for men, beautiful women. Here's a little hint for you ladies. You know how you like to doll yourself up and make yourself look as attractive as possible? I would recommend go as yourself. Put a little makeup on. You know, put a little makeup on. Try to look cute, but at the same time, when you overplay your hand, how to put this? I feel that when you overplay your hand, it's sort of like a guy who goes into a club. This is an analogy. A guy who goes into a club who has some money, but he goes into a club and he just starts buying everybody drinks. He starts throwing around his money. He starts being the big shot in the club. What kind of people is he going to be attracting? Is he going to be attracting somebody who... Is he going to be attracting a girl that wants to get to know him? That wants to, like, you know, find out what his personality is like? Find out what kind of person he is on the inside? Or is he going to be, you know what kind of person he's going to be attracting at that point. And ladies, it's the same sort of thing. When you get dolled up to the nines, yes, you look amazing. But you genuinely, you tend to scare off if you're looking for what you want to call it, an average guy, a good guy, a nice guy, whatever you want to call it, if you're not looking to attract players, that's who you're going to generally attract when you're looking that way. And it's not your fault. It's just that men in general will look at it and be like, oh, I probably just don't have a chance with her. Because us guys have been conditioned to know what girls we have a shot at and what girls we don't have a shot at. And that's on us. We need to be a little more brave. And like you said, Cass, Nate stepped up and went, you know what? I'm just going to take the chance. But that is a rare situation. That's rare. That's not the norm. The more norm is that very beautiful women or women who have dolled themselves up to the nine, men find it off-putting in the sense of trying to approach them. They don't find it off-putting that they're not interested. Yes, they are interested, but they find it off-putting in trying to approach them because, you know, people don't like to be shot down, and generally us men, like I was saying, on average, I would say I probably would get about 10 no's to each yes, and those were just from the girls that I thought I had a shot at. That's not taking into account girls that I didn't think I had a shot at, that I never even tried to start chatting to online or would approach in the first place. Because there's a cutoff where, you know, unless I knew I would look like Ian Somerhalder, I don't even know who that is. Unless I looked like him and I knew I could walk in and command what I wanted, I generally would be like, okay, well, this is where I'm at. You know, I'm okay with my level. You know? Well, and that's the thing. That's the thing too, Donald. We now have lots of options. When I met my husband, I barely ever wore makeup, had to set expectations low. Well, and that's the thing. I think it's sad, Iris, how society has conditioned women to think that without all the beauty products, without the hair extensions and the lip fillers and the ass implants, I think it's so sad how society has conditioned women to think that they aren't beautiful without that. Because honestly, like my best friend, who you know I dated for a while, I think she's a very attractive lady. And she is she is, I think, beautiful even without makeup. And yes, makeup can enhance that and make her even more beautiful in my eyes, but I think she's beautiful even without it. And I think it's sad that society has conditioned so many women to be like, I have to, you know, when I first met, just for an example, when I first met my friend and we first started dating, and I know this is going to be controversial because I told her this, she painted on her eyebrows. And honestly, I told her I didn't like that. I was like, why? I was like, do you just have really thin eyebrows? And she's like, no, I like sculpting them like this. And I'm like, I just don't think they look as good. I think you'd look way better if you just grew your eyebrows out and did a little pencil in, and you know, if they're a little thin, you penciled them in a little bit. I just don't think they look as good, you know, drawn onto your face. And you know, and it was one of those things, it was a hard conversation to have with her because I didn't want to lose her, but at the same time, I had that conversation with her, and like a couple years later, she's like, I'm so glad you told me to stop doing that. I'm so much more comfortable with my eyebrows now, and I use a little pencil and pencil them in, make them a little, you know, make them a little fuller and draw, you know, but they're my natural eyebrows. And I'm like, well, and they naturally fit your face. I think you look wonderful with them. And yes, I think women should wear makeup. I'm not disputing that women should wear makeup. I think women feel, it's sort of like when a guy puts on a suit. Men don't need to wear suits all the time, but when a guy puts on a suit, not only does he look more attractive to women, because women do like guys in suits, but it also is a confidence thing too. Men feel more confident with the suit on. When you put that suit on, you've taken the time to put on the press shirt, to get your tie all nice in position, to pick out the tie that goes with your suit and your outfit, to get your pocket square that looks good. That's kind of like men's makeup almost. Suits are like a man's makeup, because honestly, most men would just rather hang around in their jeans and t-shirt all day long instead of being in a suit. I think women should wear as little or as much or little makeup as they like. Well, and that's the thing. I would never ever try to tell somebody Red 5 that they shouldn't. I'm just saying from my perspective, and my perspective only. This is only my perspective. And so I'm not putting this out there to be the gospel from Atheenon, but I think from my perspective, I just find it harder to approach women who are dressed to the nines, all made up, got their hair all perfect. You know, I like a girl who's more natural, and that's a personal preference probably. I think girls who are all made up and to the nines, they're beautiful, but they're not a woman that I would ever really, you know, they're not a woman that I think I would ever have a chance with. So I'd probably just pass over them. I'd just be like, nah, I'm good. Yeah, but I would never tell them not to wear makeup. Now, like I said, Red 5, when I was in a relationship with somebody, she wanted me, you know, this is the thing, is like when I was in a good relationship with her, she was like giving me ideas of, hey, I really like it when you wear this shirt. I really like it when you dress this way. I you know, I like these sort of things. And so it was kind of a reciprocal thing where she actually asked me, you know, is there anything, you know, about me physically that you think would make me look better or whatever? And that's when that conversation happened. It just didn't come out of the blue. I just didn't show up one day and go, hey babe, I hate your eyebrows. I hate that you paint them on. I think you look like a goofy and I need you to change it. It didn't go down like that. And maybe it didn't go down like that at all. Nathan! Nathaniel! How's it going, bud? How's it going, man? How's it going? Well, and I think social media filters are a horrible thing. And that's like a big red flag if I'm like on a dating app, which I don't do anymore, but if I'm on a dating app and I'm looking at pictures, because honestly on dating apps that's what you look at. You could read the bio if the picture catches your eye, but the picture's the first thing that's going to catch your eye. If there's any sort of filter going on, I'm out. Bye. I'm done. Some women feel more confident without makeup. It makes them feel fake and power restored. finally means finally. Nice, Honora. Well, welcome in, Honora. Hello, 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 hello. How are you? Well, how you doing today, Nate? I hope things are going well for you, man. Hope things are going good for you. Your beautiful, your beautiful lady's been in here, dropping the truth bombs all morning long, talking about how awesome you are. Talking about how she cannot say enough good things about you, bud. So, you're a lucky man, my friend. You're a lucky man. You hang on to her. She's a good one. She's a good one, man. You hang on to her. Mrs. Honeypot, you tell Mr. Lemon Tree to hang on to you too. You're a good egg. You're a good egg. Hints, men in the chat. Some women love men in uniform. Oh, jeez. No crap, Nate. No crap. Women love men in uniform. Most women. A uniform to a woman is like a little black dress to a man. Let's just be honest about it. It's not for everybody. Not every man's gonna love a little black dress. Not every woman's gonna love a uniform. But in general, a uniform on a man is like a little black dress on a lady. It's just, you know, ladies, you know what I'm talking about. You gotta have that little black dress. And you all have that little black dress that you're like, I just look so good in this. It makes my butt look good. Makes this look good. It makes my hips look good. Makes my waist look good. It makes me feel confident. I get my strappy heels on with it. And I look bad. I look fierce. Hey, Tony, how you doing? Am I still in Broken Railroad? No. We left Broken Railroad we spent our first 9 days in Broken Railroad. We're actually heading to the Forge in Forlorn Muskeg. God, there's so many that start with F's now. Used to be Forlorn Muskeg was the only one that started with an F. Now there's there's Forsaken Airfield, there's, yeah, so. But, you're doing good just packing for Alaska, leaving tomorrow. Oh, man, well, stay safe, my friend. Stay safe. The chesticles, yes. Stay safe. Honestly, taking care of your skin looks and feels much better than wearing makeup. My skin has cleaned up so much that makes me feel more confident. I am now feeling warm, so I'm going to, I'm not going to disrobe on camera. I'm going to go off camera and take off this sweatshirt real quick. Woo! It is getting hot in here. Oh. It's finally warmed up in here. There we go. Starting to be concerned about the quality of women in your area. Oh, well. Whew. I'm not too concerned, Honora, because I'm not really looking. For me, it's kind of a, whatever. I have no plans on getting back out on the scene. Just it's not my bag, baby. It's not my bag. And a lot of it's personal reasons, too. I mean, you know, I personally am a nightmare to live with. I'm a nightmare, like I said at the very beginning of all this, I am a nightmare to have around sometimes. Especially, I am a little bit smothering. When I love somebody, I'm 100% in. Unless you give me a reason not to be, I am not going anywhere. And I'm not talking about just being, you know, annoying or something. I can deal with a lot. You know, so somebody just not, me and them not getting along does not make me go, I never want to be with this person again. Infidelity is one of the big ones. If I'm with somebody, that's the only person I'm with. Plain and simple. I am a lifelong monogamous. That's just how I'm built. I can't change that. It's just not the way it is. Sings the stripper as Ath goes off cam. Keep making hoodies. You're doing women a good service who hate bras. Not saying anything, just saying. Not saying nothing, just saying. Well, bras were made by men, and they're a horrible and they're a horrible thing we inflicted on you women. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No, I'm a serial monogamous perpetuality. I mean, I've only had I've only had 2 like actual relationships in my entire life, and that's by choice. I don't like most people, first of all. I've dated. I mean, I've dated, but actual like relationships, like actual like long-term relationships, I've only had 2 in my entire life. I just don't. I don't float around. I'm not a floater. We got a floater. I'm not a floater. I don't just like the hangout hookup culture. That's never been me. It's just not something that I value very much. Now this could be bad if we get cold. Cass caught my eye and I stuck with her because she stood out from all the women and she was straight to the point. I personally look at personality and not at their looks. Yeah, looks can never hurt. Looks can never hurt. But like I was saying earlier, they fade. The looks will fade over time. Your looks, you may look really good right now, but in 10, 20 years, it's going to be different. It's going to be different for all of us. Men, women, we're all going to look different 10 or 20 years from now. But that's the thing, is like, I am seriously a serial monogamous. I was monogamous with my, I mean, I dated a little bit in high school. Actually, I didn't really date in high school at all. I hung out with some girls in high school. I didn't really date in high school though. Didn't really date in college. There was a girl I was interested in college and we just became really good friends. I realized she wasn't really the one for me. We just had different outlooks on life, but she was really an awesome gal. But I never really, I didn't get with her or nothing. You know, she was never like my girlfriend or anything like that. And then you know, then I met my ex-wife and we started dating. And we dated for about a year, it was a little over a year, before we finally got engaged. And then we tied the knot. And then we were together for like 10 years. Yeah, it was about 10 years. It's about 10 years. I used to be pretty. Mr. Lemon Tree still says I still am. Well, that's because you'll always be beautiful to him. It doesn't matter. Your physical, for someone who truly loves you, Mrs. Honeypot, the beautifulness that they see is you. The physical part of it is not in play any longer. The physical is not the beauty that they are. I sort of call it love glasses in a way. Your love glasses make people a lot more attractive to you when you're in love with them than, say, maybe their actual marketplace attractiveness to everybody else is. And that's something that's valuable. Yeah, I'm in it for the long haul. I mean, my ex-wife and I were together for 10 years. After I divorced her, I dated a little bit. Didn't really have any relationships or anything like that with anybody else. Until I just basically was done. And then I stopped dating for like 3 years. And honestly, I was never happier. I was never happier than I was in those 3 years. And I worked on myself. In those 3 years. I really kind of worked on myself, worked on my career, worked on what my goals were, kind of, decided what do I really want in another person. And then I met my then girlfriend, now my friend. I met her and started dating her, and we dated for a couple of years. And then we've just been kind of off and on, but best friends for quite a while. We're kind of on the outs right now. We went on the cruise in December, but we're kind of on the outs right now. That happens with us, though. I don't hold it against her, but that happens with us. I've always told her that I would want more. I've always been upfront and told her I want more with her than she wants with me. But she just wants friendship with me, and I'm okay with that because I really value her as a person, but it bothers her that I still want more with her. She doesn't understand why I just can't be friends with her. Which is hard to explain, but I do want to be friends with her, but I would always want I would always want more. I would be open to more with her anytime. You know, that would be fine with me if there was more with her. But I know that's not what she's looking for. She doesn't want that with me. And so there's not much I can do to fight that. You know, you can only fight it for so long. You can only fight your battle for so long before you just have to go, well, that's not going to be how it's going to be. I understand that, Ath. I don't plan on getting in a relationship with me and Cass split. It takes a while, especially it takes a while to move on to somebody else after you break up, even if it's a bad breakup. Even if it's a bad breakup, it takes a while to it takes a while for your heart to heal to a point where you're willing to open it up to another person. It really does. It's not, and honestly, if it doesn't take you long to heal, that's great for you. But at the same time, I worry that it didn't take you a long time to heal. Unless you were already out of the relationship for years and you were just kind of hanging out, just kind of, you know, seeing where it went. Like you were already done, like years before. But that's what we're doing right now, Iris. I haven't seen or talked to her in over 2 months. She's got a new boyfriend right now. I haven't seen or talked to her in over 2 months at this point. And honestly, every day is a little easier for me. Which makes me feel sad because I do still care about her. If she called me tomorrow and something disastrous had happened and she needed my help, I would probably be there in an instant. Because I've known her now for, God, 15 years. She's kind of like family to me in a way. I have a hard time separating the girlfriend-friend part, and that's what I'm working on right now. That's where I'm at. That's what I'm working on right now. So for me that's really hard. Cause like I said, I'm an attachment person. When I am into you, I am into you no holds barred and 100%. And oh geez Louise. And so, you know, hopefully hopefully one day we can come back together and be friends. But I think that's not, I know it sounds horrible. I cannot be friends with her. I cannot be friends with her if we are either not both single or both in a relationship. And I know that's unfair. I know that. I just know in my heart that that's how I feel. And there's not much I can do about it. I can't be... There's enough emotions in that whole relationship with her that I need to either be like... We need to be both single and not seeing anybody. Not that we'd be seeing each other. But we need to either be both single or we both have to have a relationship going on at the time. To really, like, hang out and not have some awkwardness between us. And that's not on her part. That's not on her part. That's on my part. And I'm willing to... That's my own fault. That's my own flaw. But I know that for myself. And so... You know... I'm willing to deal with that, I guess. I'm trying to separate the two, Nana, but it's hard. It's hard. It is. It's really hard. Because, I mean, honestly, I still find her attractive. She knows me better than anybody in this world, even my ex-wife. She is one of my favorite people in the whole world. I have fun with her. When we're doing stuff together, the whole world just melts away. We can sit around and just talk and have fun with each other for the entire day. The whole day will fly by, and it'll be 9 o'clock at night. It'll be like, holy crap, we did nothing today except just sit out here and talk and socialize and have fun with each other. So in that instance, it's very hard for me. It's very hard for me. She is just not interested in me as a romantic partner. And and I've tried to tell her before that just like she can't turn that back on, I have a very hard time turning that off. It's something that's just it's not something that, I mean, I can turn it down, but it never is really turned off. I can turn it down from like, oh my God, I want you in my life, I love you so, oh God, you're the, you know, I can turn that down, but turning it off is virtually an impossibility for me. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why it's so hard to let go. That's why it baffles my mind. Not saying that I'm a great catch. I understand why she doesn't want to be with me. We have had rough patches in our past. We have gotten in huge, horrible fights. We have both hurt each other in ways that are going to be that would be in some ways that are very hard to move past. I understand that. But it is very hard because I do have a relationship with her like I've had with nobody else. And it's a relationship that we've built up over 15 years. And we've actually tolerated each other's foibles and our weirdness and stuff for over 15 years. We are very different people in a lot of ways. It's hard to let go of. And especially for me, I'm very clingy in some ways. But that's why we're taking this time. And I'm the one who initiated it too. After our cruise that we went on, I started having these feelings again. And then, you know, she once again reiterated, I have no interest in you in this way. In fact, I have a boyfriend now, which, of course, conveniently, she didn't tell me about again. Which I told her the last time she got a boyfriend, just let me know. I mean, it's not going to make me not want to see you. It's just, it's polite. Oh, geez Louise. It's, in my opinion, polite to let somebody know that you have a boyfriend now. It just is. If I had a girlfriend, I would tell her. Because I wouldn't want the awkwardness. I don't want her finding out a month later that I have a girlfriend. But, and so that sort of set it all off. And then I was like, you know what? I just need a break. I need a break without texting, calling, contact. I just need to have the separation where I can sort of figure my own crap out. And it's been good. It's been good. I've been very... there's, you know, moments where I miss her immensely. And there's moments where I've been very tempted to text her or call her. Be like, hey, what you up to? Do you want to go do something? Believe me, it's been hard over the last couple of months. Well, but see, at that time, Tony, at that time, when we planned the cruise, it was during the summer. Things were going really good. We were seeing each other every weekend. We were hanging out all the time. Not that I thought we were getting back in a relationship. It's not like we were sleeping together or, you know, cuddling up and making out or anything like that. But it was great. It was nice having my friend like fully invested in my life. Like having that person, you like, fully in. And the problem with that, though, is that starts to awaken feelings in me, not necessarily her. It started to awaken feelings in me, and that's why I wanted, after the cruise, to have a actual legitimate talk with her about that, because I wanted to nip it in the bud. I didn't want to cause a problem again. And the one thing I asked her the last time she got a boyfriend was just be upfront with me. Yes, it'll hurt a little bit. It's not gonna be like I'm not gonna be like, yay, you got a boyfriend, I'm so happy for you. It's gonna hurt a little bit, but all I want is some honesty, and all I want is some like sort of being upfront. And it happened again. And honestly, that is one of my deal breakers, I guess you'd call it. When I feel like I'm not being when I feel like someone's not being upfront with me, and I'm not even talking about lying, because lying is bad enough as it is. I almost think omission of certain things to protect the other person. It's always to protect the other person. I think omitting things to protect the other person is almost worse than lying, especially when you know that there's a chance it's going to hurt them. It shows a level of not... I don't want to say the wrong word. It shows a level of not trusting the other person that, especially after you've known somebody for 15 years and they know some of your deepest, darkest secrets and you know some of theirs as well, you should have a little more comfortability with than that. You should know that they aren't just going to dump you after, you know, because one little thing you do sets them off or something. I don't know. And for me, that's kind of a deal breaker, and that's why I was like, well, you know, I'm happy for you guys. I hope that you found what you're looking for, and I'm not doing this because you're dating somebody. I'm doing this because I just need some time to kind of figure my own stuff out. Manber Pig, how you doing, baby? Hopefully Hinterland the Cougars in soon, and they'll distract me. I know, you know, maybe they will. Maybe they will. Yeah, clear communication is very important. And both guys and girls are bad at it. We're not taught anymore to have clear communication with our partners, which I think is pretty sad. I think it's pretty sad for both men and women that we aren't taught to have clear communication with our partners anymore. It hurts both of us. It does. Nice. Taking it. Get the food, baby. And for me, clear communication is a very important thing. And honestly, I think, and it's funny because let me tell you a little story. When I first started dating this gal, my friend, when I first started dating her, I was a very bad communicator. She actually pushed me and encouraged me to be a better communicator than I was, because that was very important to her. And I was very bad at communicating with her as far as my needs and what I was wanting and what I was expecting. I was very bad at communicating it with her, and sometimes I will kind of jab her a little bit when she complains that I communicate too much, that I am too open with how I am feeling towards her and what I'm expecting. I'm like, well, you're the one who wanted me to do this. Don't tell me that you want me to communicate with you and be open with you and tell you where I'm standing and how my feelings are if that's not what you're really wanting from me. She encouraged me to do it, and I'm glad she did, because I feel it was a lesson I had not learned how to do yet. She's your temptation and could have been. Yeah, she honestly, in a lot of ways, is my temptation and what could have been. And that's hard to get over. Especially it would be easier to get over, Donald, if she was like, I just want nothing to ever do with you again. You know, I can't stand you. You bother me. You disgust me. I want nothing to do with you again. It'd be easier to deal with, honestly. But when she continually says that she does love me, that she wants me in her life, that she cares about me, as a guy, and I know she's not meaning it in a romantic way, it is kind of mixed signals. You know, and I know she's not intending it to be that way, but it muddies the waters. It muddies the waters a little bit. And I've tried to tell her that before. I'm like, just stop, stop hugging me. Stop, I've actually had to, like, she likes to hug. And I've actually had to, like, push her off. And I'm like, stop hugging me. We aren't boyfriend, girlfriend. We're just friends. She's like, yeah, but I hug all my friends. I'm like, that's fine. Hug your girlfriends. Don't hug me. Don't hug me. Hugging me gives me the wrong ideas. Hugging me gives me an idea of intimacy that's not what you're intending. And I've tried to explain that to her, and she doesn't get it. She's like, well, if that's what you're picking up, that's you misreading the situation. I've been perfectly clear with you how I feel about you and what I want to have with you. And I'm like, yeah, but that's from your perspective. I value I value actions more than words, and she values words more than actions. And I've tried to explain that to her. The difference between valuing, I'm a person who values actions. No matter what she values, I value actions more than words. Because I've had a lot of people tell me a lot of crappy stuff over the years that wasn't true, and that I could actually discern what their true motivations were by what they did, not what they said. And I've always done that. She sees you like a brother. In some ways, I guess. Yes, noon Pacific. In about an hour and 15 minutes, we'll be over on Twitch. About an hour and 15 minutes, we'll be over on Twitch. When I've had to friend zone someone, I make my boundaries very clear, and I'm a lot more careful about how friendly I am. Sucks, of course, but I never want. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. That's the thing that I think is very important. Ladies, if you do friend zone a guy, you have to give him no physical reasons to believe that it is anything other than a friend zone. Because guys are, well, I'm speaking in generalities. Not all guys are going to be this way. The guy that I am, the person I am, and the guys that I know, we value physical cues from women a lot more than what the words that they say. Unless those words are unabashedly, you are my everything, and I love you and adore you more than anything in the world. Because when everything's good and everything's happy, it's easy to believe those words. To play devil advocate, as somebody who's been in the receiving end of feelings that weren't wanted, I can understand that feelings are complicated, but can be difficult when the people isn't. Yes, it can be. It can be. I agree with you, Cass. The person who's giving the feelings isn't respecting the boundaries of the friendship. Yeah. Well, and it comes back to my other point, Cass, that honestly, I don't think men and women are built to be friends. I have plenty of dude friends, and if I want friends, I'm not really looking for friendship from women for the most part. I'm not saying I won't be friendly with women, but to have deep, meaningful friendships with women, we're apples and oranges. Women and men both bring a lot to the table, but we generally view the world differently. We generally approach the world differently. And for friendship, I'm looking for people who are going to be on the same page with me 99% of the time, where you don't even have to say a word and you can just kind of know instinctively what's going on. And you get that with a partner. You get that with a romantic partner, but that involves in my mind, it involves a romantic element that you don't get with just friendship. And that involves, being with somebody. And maybe I'm old-fashioned that way. Maybe that's a completely skewed, different, twisted way of looking at it. But that's just been my experience more than anything. And actions from women towards men are, I think, taken with a lot more weight. Because like Iris just said, guys don't tend to get as much attention from women as women get from men. Women get a lot more attention and a lot more unwanted attention. Not saying that it doesn't go the other way as well. it's weird. I've had a couple stalkers here on Twitch, or on YouTube and Twitch. But I think that it's also because women generally are used to getting that attention from men. It's not as much of a sign of interest to women that men are giving them attention. Like, an interest in something more than just interest. You know what I'm saying? Yes, it shows interest that you're getting the attention. But the physical attention to women is not as much of a sign of a deeper interest as attention from women given to men. Men, I think, tend to look at that attention from the woman as like, ooh, maybe she's really interested in having something with me, because we don't get it that often. The women we get that from is very few and far between. It's very few and far between the women that will just give us hugs or give us, you know, a back rub or give us, you know, or hold our hand or kiss us on the cheek. A woman kissing a man on the cheek, women don't think much of that, but that is like, for a man, that's like, wow, did that just happen? I mean, when a woman just out of the blue kisses me on the cheek, that's like, wow, what, whoa, did that just happen? And so it's definitely, for me, it's definitely a kind of a special thing when I get physical from any girl, really. I mean, it's a rarity. It's a very rare thing. But well, and the thing is, Cass, I'm not even putting it to that point. It's just that I'm not really saying it. I'm not knowing the lines. Knowing the lines between men and women is always a struggle. Women, I think it's the fault of men. Women have women have an easier mental hurdle to go over, to clear that line between friendship and non-friendship than men do. And that's men's fault. I mean, that you know, men need to learn that line, and some men do learn it. Some men, like myself, I know the line. I struggle with it. It's not ever gonna. I guess I'm just saying that men can learn to respect that line, but there will always be things where there will be things that make the men go, maybe the line's now moved. And it's not that they're not going to respect the line, but there will be certain things that make them question whether the line is being moved, and that they now, you know, can go, oh, well, maybe the line's a little different now. I would guarantee you, Cass, that most of your men, here's what they respect. They respect that you love Nate, and they would never. It's not even about. I mean, it sounds crass. It's not even so much that they respect you. It's they respect the relationship that you and Nate have. I would imagine that, and I hate to break your heart, I would imagine that a majority of the men that you have that are friends, that if you and Nate ever split up, you would probably be asked out by at least one of them, who was then looking at you as a potential partner. It's the reality of it. It just is. It's not to say that they aren't your friends. They are your friends. But men and men have different friendship boundaries than men and women do, and women have different friendship boundaries than, you know, women and men do. Oh, those were friends before you were married? Oh, well. I could get myself in a lot of trouble right now. I could get myself in a lot of trouble right now. Well, and the thing is that I'm not saying that men cannot respect that boundary. I try to respect that boundary. That's why I tried to have the talk with her, Cass, is because I started to have those feelings again, and I valued our friendship enough to say, hey, I need to back off from you a little bit, because for me, it's getting a little heady now. I know myself well enough. I don't want to get wrapped back into the I'm feeling a relationship vibe towards you. I'm happy with our friendship. I don't want it to get back to that point, and the things that we've been doing are starting to lead me down that path, not through any fault of hers, but because I still have that little burning ember that makes me go, what could have been? What would have been? Have fun playing Long Dark, Mrs. Honeypot. Much love. Mwah! Much love. And for me, I just wanted to pull back from it. And, you know, and I told her, you know, I want to, like, take a little time off and just not, you know, see each other for, you know, maybe a few weeks and not talk to each other and just kind of let things cool down. Because I'm feeling, for myself, things kind of heating up. And I knew that wasn't her heating up, it was me heating up. And I need to take a damn cold shower. And, you know, then the whole boyfriend thing was dropped as a bomb because she got mad at me, so she dropped that on me. And then I was just kind of like, well, sounds like you need to figure some stuff out too. And so we've just taken some time off. And like I said, I haven't seen her or heard from her, talked to her in like 2 months now. Oh, men's friendships last forever. Men's friendships will... I have friends today, gaming friends. I'm going to go to the game convention end of this month, by the way, boys and girls. I'm going to GameStorm end of this month. There are people there that I will see that I have not seen for 4 years. And me and my brothers will hook up, and we will have so much fun. It'll be like we never missed a beat. It's like we've just seen each other yesterday. And those are the kind of friendships I love. I mean, those are the friendships I want. Those are the friends that I want. I don't want friends that I have to be around all the time. I do have empathy for you, though, because I understand. I personally don't agree that with the friend zone because I feel like it implies a place that you can get out of. But the thing is, if I've decided there's a platonic relationship, it's not up for negotiation. Well, yeah, and that's the thing too, Cass, is that when one person in the relationship, and generally that will be the women. Generally, it's not the guys. Generally, it's not the guys who will decide to have a platonic relationship with a woman. In general. There will be some, but generally most men will not be the initiators of a platonic relationship. That just doesn't happen as often. It's overwhelmingly mostly the ladies that will initiate that. And it is a door that is shut. It is a door that will not open again for the most part. For the most part, that will never open again. Because women are very protective of themselves in that way, and they should be. And they should be. Honestly, no contact's a great way to find out what's actually going on in a relationship. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it gives you. I've always told my friend that the best clarity I get with her is by not being around her very often. You know, that's the best clarity I get because I can enjoy my time with her, and when we get together, it's a lot of fun. But then I have the clarity of mind, not having her around, to be like, oh, I need to get on with my own life. When I'm seeing, I love seeing her whenever I can, but it's almost too much of a good thing type of thing. When I see her too often, it makes me kind of fall back into that and not actually deal with stuff for myself. Because again, it's on me. I'm an obsessive compulsive person. If I am in with you, I am in with you 100%. And you are what I'm about. And I will bend over backwards to you know, to be with you. And I know that's bad. I know that's like SIMP behavior. But I you know, I'm not just going to do it forever, but at the same time, you know, I'm not a halfway kind of guy. I'm not a take it or leave it kind of person. I want to be in it with you. And I want you to be in it with me. If you aren't in it with me, that's kind of a big turnoff too. It's kind of a big turnoff too. If you're not into it with me, then peace. I usually get out as well. It's been hard with her though. I think it's hard. I think it's harder too. I think one thing that's harder as well is if you have ever been in a relationship with that other person, I think it makes it harder too. I think that makes it more difficult. I think that ramps up the level of difficulty of separating a friendship from a relationship in some ways, because you've already been there with that other person. You've been intimately involved. That's what I'm not trying to pry cast, but your guy friends that you the guy friends that you have, were you in the past like in a relationship with them, or have they just always been your guy friends? Or were they actually people that you, even if it wasn't like sex, like in a relationship with them, in the sense that you were boyfriend girlfriend, you went out for a while, you fell in love with them for a while. Has that ever played a factor in those relationships? Because I think especially once for a guy, when you're in a relationship, like an actual relationship with a lady, it's a lot harder to separate that relationship out from friendship. If you're never in a relationship with her, yeah, you may hope that maybe she'll, be in a relationship with you at some point, but there's no baggage there, I guess. There's nothing saying, oh, well, I know what it's like to be in a relationship with her, and it was the sex was phenomenal, or she was there for my every need. A little bit of both stated, some of them. Do you find it's easier to be friends with the ones that you've not dated, or the ones that you've dated before? Like, as far as like knowing the boundaries being respected more. I'm serious. I'm not trying to pry. I like to hear a woman's perspective on it, honestly. Because ladies, you guys are an enigma to us. Guys, we're pretty damn easy to figure out. We're not that difficult. Ladies are kind of an enigma. They are to me, especially, and I'm 53 years old. Yeah, well, and that's true. That's true as well. That's true as well, Tony. Men generally do not get a lot of exposure. I think we do. See, and that's the thing that makes me sad about the hookup culture, and the younger and younger that the hookup culture is getting, is that I actually had some friends, and I had friends who were girls in high school. They were platonic, and I enjoyed my platonic relationship with them. I didn't really have any interest in them, and they didn't have an interest in me. I think, though, anymore, the age that children, and they are children, are getting involved with each other has become younger and younger. And I think that also has made it harder and harder for men and women to view each other as platonic friends, because from a very young age, they've viewed each other, they viewed each other as sexual partners and nothing more. That's all we do that naturally when we're teenagers anyway, and we're a bunch of raging freaking hormones. We're a bunch of raging freaking hormones rushing around inside of us. We tend to view the opposite sex as nothing more than, a possible mate, a sexual partner. But now more and more kids are acting on that. Where back in my day, yeah, there was a few kids who acted on that, but I would say the vast majority of young people were not just running around having sex all the time with just random people all the time. That's just not the reality of the world back in the 80s or even the 70s. Those were outliers, not standard bearers. That was not something that was going on back then. It went on, don't get me wrong, it did, but it was a very small minority. It was a very known minority, and but that was it. It was a very small minority. And generally, those guys that were having the sex back then were generally, it was mostly the same girls. It wasn't like all the girls. It was mostly the same girls that were hooking up with all the dudes. It wasn't a majority of the girls. I had a sexual relationship and that really tried to jump out of the friend zone more than others. Who have? Oh, okay. Gotcha. I only know my mom and sister and my girlfriend. But generally, you know, when I'm looking for friends, I generally go to guys. I go to guys for advice. I go to guys for, you know, support. And it's nothing against you ladies. You guys are some of the greatest supporters that are out there. You are more nurturing. You are more loving. You are more supportive in ways. I think the thing you don't understand with guys and guy friendships is our guy friendships, they will support us. But they will support us through tough love. They will bluntly and with no aplomb tell us we're being a complete and total a-hole. I think it's hard to say single guys that have tended to be a little bit lonelier tend to try to get out of the friend zone more than the guys who aren't. But personally, I found it's the ones who I have had a sexual relationship that really try to jump out of the friend zone more than others. Yeah. Well, and I think that's probably where I have the not problem, but where my issues separating it with my friend is that we have been in that relationship before. And honestly, to me, it was really good. I wasn't the one who broke it off. She was. She was the one who basically kind of fell out of love with me. And I'm not completely, you know, I'm not completely absolved of any fault for her falling out of love with me. I've never made bones that I'm a hard person to love. But she fell out of love with me, and I didn't fall out of love with her. And wasn't much I could do about it. But it does make it harder on me because I wasn't the one who chose to get out of the relationship in the first place. And it's hard for me, as you know, I try. It is a struggle. And if I do, after this little bit of a break from her, decide to keep having her in my life, I have to.
Wonder if I can drop any of this here.
I have to be okay that I will struggle with it for the rest of my life. It's not something I will ever be able to fully turn off, and I know that's very hard to understand, but for me, that emotion is not. It's not probably ever going to go away with her. And I wish to God I had the magic switch and I could turn it off. I really wish to God I could. And you know, but at the same time, I'm not going to lie to her and tell her it's gone when it's not. And I'm not going to demand from her that she change either. So it's tough. It's really tough. And so I do, you know, I need this time. I need this time and I need the space, and she's giving me that, and I respect her for that. I'm really happy that she is, because I think it'll give me a clarity, and it'll also give me an opportunity to go, is this something I really want to do down the road or not? Oh yeah, well, I think women get exposed to, men get exposed to women as objects, physical objects. Women get exposed to men as status objects. I think the objects that we get exposed to, both as men and women, are very bad. It's very bad for mating strategy too, and it leaves a lot of people very unhappy and lonely and sad. But it's what we are exposed to. Yeah, well, and I think Manbear Pig, you are, you know, or Tony, you are doing it the best way of all. It's also easier for the person ending the relationship to separate feelings because they have time to think about it, where you're the one being broken up with. Well, and most relationships are broken up by women. Statistically, women are the majority of instigators in breakups. 80% of divorces are instigated by women. 90% if they are if you're a college educated woman, it goes up to 90%. But they but that's brought on by a lot of factors though. There's a lot of factors. There's societal factors, there's dissatisfaction factors, there's a lot of things. But the person who's breaking up always has it a little bit easier than the person that's being broken up with. Because they've, like you said, they have time to think it over. They have time to kind of come to the realization this isn't right for me. Where, and especially if they're going along to get along, but they're dissatisfied and the breakup kind of comes out of nowhere, it's really tough to take. It's really tough to take. But yeah, Tony, I would say you're doing it right then with your 3 daughters. I mean, that's what always worried me with a daughter, is I want her to value herself for more than what guys think about her. And I want her to be strong, but at the same time, I want her to be discerning with the men that she chooses. Because I don't want her to, well, it turned out my daughter was gay, but, I want to be discerning with the partners that she chooses. But that's always something that you have to be aware of, especially as a young female. Young guys, the consequences for young guys are a lot less than the consequences for young ladies. It really is, especially since young men, they don't bear any of the responsibility of the promiscuity, of the they don't bear a lot of the responsibilities that the young women do. Young ladies, you have to be very, very discerning with what the men you open yourself up to, because there are a lot of sucky men out there. There's a lot of good men out there too, but there's a lot of sucky men, and if you give yourself over to enough sucky men, it will kind of sour you in your feelings towards all the other men. And the sucky men are really smooth talkers. They'll be really smooth talkers. They'll be really handsome men. They'll tell you everything you want to hear. But sometimes a lot of times they'll break your heart too. Badass people, how you doing, man? This is what I love about this chat. We can have stupid conversations about things that don't matter, but also really deep and meaningful conversations. Yeah, we do it all. We do it all. And I just want everybody to know, I'm not putting the blame on one person or the other. I fully accept the blame for the situation that I'm in. For the situationship that I just learned that word about a week ago. I didn't even know what a situationship is, but I take full responsibility for some of the situation stuff that I put myself in, because I have a hard time letting go. I know that about myself. I need the distance from her to do it though. Having her in my life constantly is not good for me. No matter what her intentions are, I am going to take it the wrong way. I need time and space to kind of work myself through it, and having her in the picture just muddies the waters. It makes the process take a lot longer than it would otherwise, I guess. So I think there's something to be said for young women who properly loved by their father for the man. So for the men in chat, we're raising little girls. Just remember that. Yeah.
Anything right about now.
Yeah. Men, you need to be... I think the best thing I can say to men who have daughters in the channel, be a man to your daughter. Be the man to your wife that you want your daughter to eventually marry. Because your daughter will see how you treat your wife or your significant other, and like it or not, that is probably the type of man she is going to go for down the road, even if it's bad. It sucks, but even if it's bad, that's the sort of example that you are giving your daughter as far as like, this is the appropriate behavior of men towards women. If you want your daughter to be successful in a relationship, a lot of times the success they'll have is keyed off of how you're treating your significant other, be it your wife, your girlfriend. I understand that sort of stuff, but women, young ladies especially, they don't learn how to, they don't learn what kind of man they want to attract from watching their mom. They learn the kind of man they want to attract from watching their dad, in my opinion. They learn that kind of behavior. They learn that's the kind of man that should be in their life in a lot of ways. And so really, men, treat your wives like you'd want your daughters to be treated, because that's probably the kind of man they're going to gravitate towards after they get out there in the dating market. Well, you know what though, Cass? In the end, he rose to that standard because you were worth it. You should never, ever, ever feel bad about having a man rise to a standard of care that you have received in your life. And I'm not talking about monetary, buying you things. I'm talking about emotionally. I'm talking about supportive. I'm talking about valuing you in the way that you have grown accustomed to being valued as. You know, and making them rise to that shows you that they value you enough to rise to that level and value you on that level, and that's somebody you want to hang on to. Because a lot of guys will be like, it's just not worth the effort. I'm just here to smash and pass, and you're not, I'm not going to rise to the level of caring and attention that you want. I'll buy you lots of crap, but I'm not going to rise to the attention level, because that's the thing. We so often in society get confused between the emotional and supportive and sort of the intangible things that we can give to our partners. We kind of get those muddied up with the physical things that we buy somebody that we're interested in. I think that goes back to the first thing we said, Iris, about the man paying on the first date. We get muddied up in those things. You know, we get muddied up in that as it being like an exchange of goods and services, to not looking at the deeper things that people are really wanting. Both men and women. Both men and women want that deeper connection, that deeper relationship. Men tend to bluster it a little bit more and be just like, dude, I just want to hit it. I don't care about, I don't care about all that relationship garbage. Nah, deep down inside, they do want it too. They're just being dicks. They're just being dudes. They don't want to come off as they've been brainwashed into thinking that is being weak. If you're like, yeah, I really want to have a woman who brings, tenderness and peace and caring and love to my life. They think they've been conditioned by society to think that's bad somehow, where it's like, that's not bad, that's desirable. There's nothing more in my life than there's nothing more in my life. The most attractive quality a woman could ever bring to me is just bringing me peace. Just bring me peace. I'll be happy. Peace in the way of, don't pick a fight with me over every little thing. Don't yes, there's stuff that you do need to fight on and stand your ground on, but don't pick a fight on me on every little thing. Don't spoil me every once in a while. Don't spoil me all the time. That's bad as well. Too much of a good thing is bad. But spoil me every once in a while. But bring me peace more than anything. I'd take peace over spoilage any day. A woman could go through our entire relationship and never, ever, ever, ever buy me one thing. But if every day I came over to see her, or she came to see me, we just were chilling, vibing, we were peaceful, she supported me, I could support her, I'd be totally happy. You know, yes, there'd be stuff where, you know, any relationship you're going to be in, I'm not of the illusion that you're not ever going to fight. You're always going to fight. I fight with my best friends. I fight with my mom. I fight with my brother. You know, you always fight with people, but in the end, you know that person's got your back. They're your ride or die, no matter what. And the fight is then swept aside, and you're like, yeah, we fought, but that doesn't change the way I feel about you. It's bad when the fight actually starts making you change the way you feel about somebody. That's underlying. There's other problems. There's other problems if you fight, and the fight becomes more than just about the item or whatever it is you're fighting about. When it becomes more personal, and it actually starts changing the way you feel about each other. That's bad. It sucks. My experience with men was awful for a while because I didn't have good father to set examples. Yeah, and that's sad. It's sad, Iris, that we live in a world where there's absent fathers and there's fathers who don't set that good example these days. There's fathers that don't set the good example for the young ladies out there. Oh, we got cabin fever risk coming on. Holy crap. I've been talking and standing inside for so long. Honestly, for me, whether or not you're willing to open the door for me means more than if you set me loose at Tiffany's with unlimited budget. I give more respect to man who's going to open the door, because I can't spoil myself in the fact that if you're willing to open the door, it shows me you respect me. Yeah, it does. I mean, that's why I'm a big door opener. I like public displays of affection. If you're my girlfriend, yeah, I mean, I know it sounds like a weird expectation. I kind of expect to hold your hand in public, or to put my arm around you, or you put your arm around me in public. Those are kind of things that it's not like I'm trying to put my mark on you or say you're mine or be possessive or anything like that. I think it's a beautiful thing that you're in love with a person that much that you're willing to show the world that you care about them, that you're willing to open the door for them, that you're willing to, you know, be out in public and put your arm around them and just kind of hold them close, or, you know, hold their hand in a quiet way. I'm not talking about, you know, making out in public or something like that, but at the same time, it's those small little gestures that make you feel like $1 million. I mean, and it's for both men and women. I mean, it's the small things I think that we lose after a while too with being with somebody. It's easy to fall into habits where it's, you know, where you just kind of stop doing it. It's weird that I like opening the door for people, not just women. It makes me feel like it does for me too. I open doors for guys all the time. I'm like, no, after you, bud. You know, go ahead. Hey, you know, I'm going in too, but hey, go right ahead. You know, I like opening doors for men and women. I mean, I think for women it's a little bit different, you know, it's a little bit different vibe. You know, it's not like I'm doing it to get anything, but I think it's a sign of respect especially if I'm dating her. I think it's a sign of respect that I'm opening the door for her, but I think it's sweet too, Red 5. I'm right there with you, brother. We are door-opening brothers right there. We are door-opening brothers. It is just decency. It is. And I think that's the thing that frustrates me most with the modern world. The modern world is just we're just less decent to each other these days than we used to be. We are just less decent to each other, and social media is a big fault for that. Social media allows you to say things and do things to people that would have got you punched in the face back in the day. To me, it was the punched in the face law. If you thought you could get away with saying something that wouldn't get you punched in the face, go ahead and say it. But back then, you know, back in my day, you watched your words. And yes, you may talk in your small social circle certain ways, but there were certain things you didn't go out in public and just start blasting out in public all the time, because you knew that it was probably going to get you punched in the face. And you had to say things directly to the people that you were trying to talk to. So there was a little bit of inbuilt civility, because there was always the escalation. There was always the chance of escalation that most of us just weren't comfortable in doing. Sure, there was always outliers who just didn't give a crap and would say whatever the hell they wanted. and took the consequences of it, but there were actual consequences of it. You couldn't hide behind a screen name. You couldn't hide behind some, Twitter account or something. And so I think civility is something that, unfortunately, our society has lost a lot of. Just common civility. Not even just between men and women, but between people. People in general. People in general have lost that knack of being civil to each other, which honestly is kind of sad. And I hope it changes. I think honestly it'll take a big swing. I've seen this many times in my life. Big swings in political, big swings in socio type things where it goes really deep one direction and then it almost overcorrects going the other way because it got so bad. So it's strange no bear chasing you. I know, Grand Laz. It's strange. It's kind of calming. I've known plenty of guys who can't deal with their female partner being successful, holding someone back to protect the ego. I'm not okay with. Oh yeah, no. I would never want to hold back. I would never want to hold back my partner from being successful. Now, the one thing I would say is that if we are partners, if we are truly partners, my money is your money and your money is my money. That's my only rule. If we are truly partners, it's not going to be that my money is your money and your money is your money. It's that everything's shared. It's all we are partners in this deal. Everything is put into the pot. We are both drawing off and actually, we are in this together fully. There's no separate bank accounts. There's no, oh well, I make my money, but I'm not gonna, that's not, you don't have access to that. That would be me like saying, well, I make my money, but it's dysfunctional in long term. Long term, to me, that just seems like, and there may be people that can pull it off. I could not pull that off. That would be so dysfunctional to me that it would drive me insane after a while. I could not do that. It just wouldn't work for me. It's got to be, if it is that situation, great. I have no problem with that. I am not intimidated by a successful woman. I am cautious of a successful woman. And the reasons being that to be very, very, very successful, you have to be very disagreeable. You have to be very tenacious. You have to be very driven. And honestly, I'm not that way. And I'm not really looking for that in a partner. I'm driven. I have goals and dreams and aspirations. But I think females almost have to accentuate those even further because of the competitive field they're stepping into to get to those positions, which is sad that they have to do that, but that's just, I'm not trying to argue morality or argue right or wrong. I'm just stating it as I see it, that they have to take on more of those masculine traits to really excel in some areas, not all areas, but in some areas. And I don't find that attractive. I want a partner who's feminine. I want a partner who is not a man. I don't want her to have a lot of masculine characteristics that to me just doesn't do it for me, There's women out there who don't like wimpy men because that doesn't do it for them. And I would never ever say, well, you gotta have a wimpy man in your life, otherwise you're not accepting him for how he is. That's the preference. They don't want a man who's a wimp. And I get that. They find it a turnoff. There's some women who like wimpy men. There's some men who like really super strong women and like to be dominated. I'm not one of them. And I think as majorities go, in broad terms, I think most men aren't. My wife and I made a joke too, so what did Cass say? I agree with you, relationships 100%, although making a joke that what's his is mine and what's mine is mine, but it's only a joke, yeah. It's only a joke, but the funny thing about that joke, Cass, is there's some reality to that for some people. There is a reality to that for some people. And even though it is a joke, some of it's true. It wouldn't even be it wouldn't be a trope if there wasn't some truth to it in a sense. You know, it's like it's like stereotypes exist for a reason. Well, tropes exist for a reason as well, because sometimes they have some reality behind them. My wife and I made that joke too, Cass, but we have one account and we share money. It's never been a problem. But I think for some couples, having it separate is a really good idea. Well, I think Red 5 couples having separate accounts. For me as a guy, for me in my relationship, that would never work for me. For me, it would always be like, what out are you looking for? What is the out that she's looking for? She's looking for she's looking for an out because she's wanting to basically. It's sort of like if I was in a relationship and yet I kept a go bag. I kept a personal go bag just for me, not for her. A personal go bag by my side of the bed. Whereas like at any moment I'm ready to go. I'm out of there. You know, I'm ready at the drop of a hat. I can grab my stuff and boom, I'm out of there. PAX East. I am not going to PAX East, no. And I think for some guys, that's the same sort of thing. They look at that as and probably some women as well, if the men are refusing to joint their bank accounts up in two as well, as what out are you looking for in that instance? It's completely natural to have preferences. It's weird to shame people for liking, disliking. Yeah, you know, that's the thing. I mean, there's preferences. Everybody has preferences, and I have never ever understood why people would be like, oh, well, your preference is this and that's bad. It's like, well, no, it's just a preference. I just happen to like, you know, more feminine women. More masculine men are not really my bag, my cup of tea. That doesn't mean I don't want a strong woman. I like a strong woman. I like a woman who knows her mind. I like a woman who's intelligent. I like a woman who is able to actually have good conversation. I'm not talking about like, you know, what, you know, I'm not there. You know, good conversation about deep things and not take it personal, I guess. I like a woman who can have a conversation with me about a very serious subject and not let emotion cloud the judgments, I guess, or cloud the arguments. Because I find both men and women tend to do that these days. Emotion takes hold of everything. Every touchy subject you bring up, everybody starts losing their goddamn crap over it. Or if one is undergoing drug or gambling. Well, yeah, no, and Tony, I can totally speak to that. My mom, my dad, I love him to death. May he rest in peace. He's been gone for. I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer. I was wondering why I was feeling so sad lately. I was wondering why I was feeling so melancholy lately. It's almost the anniversary of my dad passing. It's the 4th. Yeah, he passed away on the 10th, like 12 years ago. But my dad had a very bad gambling problem. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It happens. People have problems. My dad had a very bad gambling problem. My mom had to cut him off from the finances. She had to completely cut him out. He was gambling them into the poorhouse, and she had to cut him completely out of the financial stuff. And it put a lot of strain on him. It really truly did. And made me sad too, but yeah, I get that. No, I get that totally. No, I know. I have very personal experience with that, Tony. It put a lot of strain on my mom and dad's relationship, and it was a very hot point of contention between them as well. You know, that's just I would never ever. And that's one thing I would never do, is I would never get involved with somebody who has an addiction to who has an addiction. I do not have the patience, fortitude, or will to help somebody through that. And that's what they need. They need help through that. I'm at a point in my life where I'm not looking to fix somebody. I'm not looking to take on that sort of a problem, I guess. I've already lived through that before when I was younger. I'm not looking to find that in a mate. I mean, it's one of the things that made me. It's one of the reasons I don't drink very much. And actually, I haven't had a drink in 5-6 months. Not that I don't enjoy drinking every once in a while. I don't generally drink. I don't generally date people who are heavy drinkers either, because that's just not a lifestyle it's not that everybody has a problem with it, but it can lead to problems. Does that make sense? Not all people who drink are alcoholics, but all alcoholics are drinkers. All alcoholics drink. Which I now, it sounds like oversimplification of it, but that's the thing, is like I just don't want to get into a situation where, you know, you can drink socially. I don't mind drinking socially. I drink socially still, but I don't really want to get into a relationship with somebody that has that. It's a risk factor for me, I guess. It's something I don't choose to risk at this point. For me personally, there's nothing that he can give me financially that I can get myself, which adds myself. He adds love to my life. Exactly, Cass, and that's like perfect too. Depends, like Red's wife. So Red 5 was saying, like Red 5's wife. I'm sure when she came into the relationship, she came as a whole person who had her own stuff, fully independent already, and Red is just adding to her life. These days, if you do not have a prenup, you're just asking for trouble. Well, and prenups, unfortunately, Kenneth, can get thrown out all the time. Just go look up Dr. Dre. You want to see a prenup that got signed? That the problem with prenups. Here's the problem with prenups. On average, and I have an attorney friend who's told me this. On average, the longer the relationship, even if you sign a prenup the day you get married, the longer that relationship goes on. Say the relationship goes on 2 or 3 years. The prenup will probably be pretty solid. The longer the relationship goes on, the higher chance you have of the prenup being contested and thrown out by a court than if the relationship's very short. So if you're wanting a long relationship, it's almost worthless to sign a prenup. It just is. Because it can be contested, and a lot of times it can be won as well. It can just be thrown out by a judge. They are not ironclad. They are not ironclad at all. And all you have to do is go look up some high-profile celebrities that had pretty ironclad prenups, and they were thrown out. And you can't tell me those celebrities did not go out and hire top-of-the-line, high-end attorneys to try to fight it for them. If they couldn't hire attorneys that could get it fought and taken care of and get it, you know, enforced, then what's the chance of regular people like you and I to be able to do that? There's no chance. There's no chance. There's not a lot of chance. And it's sad. It's sad that society's come down to that, but my father's an alcoholic. His life isn't off the rails or anything, but he has a lot of problems. Yeah, well, and that's the thing too, Tony, is that there's a difference between being a non-functioning and a functioning addict. My dad was a functioning gambler. It didn't, like, ruin his life. It didn't, like, control his life 100%, where every second he's just jonesing to get out there and spend more money. It's just if he got in certain situations, it was bad. It was just like there was no end to it. And it sounds like, you know, it sounds like he's a functioning alcoholic, where, yeah, you know, he can function, but it causes problems. Have a good film night, Mrs. Honeypot. Say hi to Mr. Lemon Tree. Yeah, you don't need to have alcohol to have fun. And honestly, boys and girls, on both your sides, for both men and women, if you are out in the dating pool and you are running up against a person who's like, I just can't have fun without alcohol, I need to pass. You need to pass on them. That is a, for me, and I'm speaking again just for me, For me, that is a sign that the other person is not happy with themselves. That is a sign that they need that extra stimulant or that extra depressant or whatever you want to call it. Same thing goes for drugs in my view. If they can't have fun without it, then that's probably not somebody I want to be around. Because that to me is it's not a guarantee, but it is a high indicator that there's going to be problems down the road. It is kind of a red flag, yeah. It is kind of a red flag of there's something else going on beneath the surface that I don't know about, that I don't know if I want to go down that road. I don't know if I want to go down that road. Which makes it hard. I mean, makes it hard to date out there because the drinking party culture is very, very much alive. There's women in their 40s and 50s that want to be out partying and doing drugs and taking jello shots, and I'm sorry, as a 53-year-old guy, that was cute when you were in your 20s. It's just not, to me, that's not very attractive in your 40s and 50s. It just isn't. I'm not, and I would never say don't go do it. I'm not trying to control you and say you can't do that. You can't. Oh, was there a stem there? I didn't see the stem. You can't go out and have your fun. I'm just saying, for me, for a long-term relationship, that just for me is not very attractive. That's kind of a red flag. That's just a red flag right there. And I'm not asking for you to be button your sweater up to your neck, Mormon, Christian, Bible thumping, stay at home, teetotaler either. I'm not expecting that either. Oh, there is a stem. I was wondering what. I was like, I'm sure there's a stem down here. Stem was in my mind too. Is that common at that age? Well, when you go on dating profiles, let me tell you a little fun thing about dating profiles. When you go on dating profiles, and there's several key things that you go on dating profiles that are red flags for me as a guy. I love to travel. Traveling is my biggest desire to have. That is one of the biggest red flags I'll ever see on a. I see somebody who loves to travel on on dating sites, and I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Now that's either you asking me to take you on trips, or that's you having enough money and enough freedom that you want that's either you asking me to pay for your trip, or you have so much money that you're going on a lot of trips, and that's not my lifestyle. That's not my lifestyle. I don't go on lots of trips. I'm not jet setting off to all sorts of places. So you're telling me by saying that you love to travel that I'm not your kind of guy because I'm not a big traveler, or you're saying and you have enough money to travel all over wherever you want anyway, or you're indicating through the I love to travel thing that you would love me to have to pay to fly you to Mexico or something. Thank you for the 99-cent super sticker there. I appreciate that very much. And so for me, that's a big red flag. That's like me just like going, yeah, no. It's not even them being independent. It's not that. I like a good independent woman. I like a woman who's like, hey, I've got my own thing going on. I'm busy too. I've dated a couple women who I've struggled, who I have struggled to set up dates with because they're as busy as I am, and I respect that. I'm like, hey, she's like, oh man, I'm so sorry. I really wanted to go out on this date with you. I had a work thing come up and it screwed my whole thing up. Don't think I'm trying to avoid you or anything, and I get that. But at this, and so for me, that's not a turn off at all. That makes me go, hey, she's got her own crap going on. That's fine. I would not expect. I would almost be more scared of a woman in her 40s or late 30s and 40s, because for me, my lower end, now that I'm 53, my lower end keeps going up all the time. I don't think I could date a woman under 40 at this point. I just don't. I mean, if I, in a perfect world, if I met a woman who was 37 and we went head over heels over each other, I guess, but what am I going to have in common with a woman who is over a decade and a half younger than me? That's the other thing, is I gotta have to have something in common with her, We gamers need we do need homebodies. Well, we do need homebodies, to be honest. We sort of do need the homebodies. Hello, Mr. Rabbit. How are you? We sort of do need the homebodies, that's for sure. But that's the thing. It's like, I don't mind a successful woman. I would not. I would almost be more scared of a woman who is in her 40s or early 50s who didn't have some of her shit together. If she didn't have some, I mean, I'm not expecting her to be like making 6 figures a year and even having her own house, or even pulling down all this cash or anything. I'm not expecting that, but I'd be a little scared if she didn't have some of her stuff figured out at that point. I mean, that would, to me, be a big red flag of, this girl's not got her life pulled together. What is she gonna bring? Is she gonna be able to come into my life, and are we gonna be able to elevate ourselves to the next level, or is she gonna pull me down to her level where she's struggling all the time? It just wouldn't be. It just wouldn't be. It wouldn't be good. And so yeah, I do. When I want a woman who's independent, but there's signs like I love to travel. Traveling is my dream. That's another catchphrase you'll see on dating websites. I dream to travel the world with the man I love. And the first thought a man will have when he sees that is, oh, am I paying for that, or are you paying for that? I know that sounds harsh, ladies, but that's the vibe that's being put out on dating apps about that is, especially when you look at her occupation, if it's not doctor or attorney, if it's a title that you don't know, like some procurer of administrative duties of a something or another, if it's some title that you don't understand, then it's probably a sign that they're looking to be squired around a little bit. Oh, I would love a stay-at-home mom. I'd never be shy about that. My mom was a stay-at-home mom, and you know what, ladies? There is not a gal who was a harder worker than my mom. I honestly do not know how my mom has retained her sanity to this day after being a stay-at-home mom. She was on the clock 24/7 for the better part of a decade and a half, raising my brother and myself. I do not know how that woman put up with me and my brother. I do not know how that woman, in some ways, put up with my dad. The role of stay-at-home mom is something that I think is undervalued and in some ways almost mocked by people today. Because women are more nurturing than men, plain and simple. Men are not as good as nurturing as women are. That's the biological fact. Men do not rank high. There are some men, and you can never, we are speaking in generalities. I will never speak in absolutes. There will always be outliers, and people who don't realize they're outliers need to have their head examined, because they're arguing, they're basically proving your point by pointing out outliers. They're saying, well, this person is this, and it's like, well, yeah, and that's one person. Now give me 10. Now give me 20. Now give me 30. I can give you 20, 30, 40, 50 easily. When you're pointing to the outliers, that doesn't mean anything. But a majority of women are way more nurturing than men. They just are. And I love them for that. I love my mom for that. I love my mom, how nurturing she was. I would never, ever, 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 ever have wanted my mom to be not as nurturing as she was. And my mom worked her ass off. She worked her ass off, not only keeping us fed, clothed, bathed, getting us off to school, getting us home from school, helping us with our homework, feeding us again, having to manage the budget, because honestly, my dad was not the best with the budget. My mom managed the budget. My mom made sure the bills got paid, the food got on the table. She took care of everything in that household. It boggles my mind. I do to this day, totally respect that woman for everything she did throughout my entire life. Because damn, I don't see how she did it. I really don't. I really don't. Unfortunately, here's the other ugly truth. Unfortunately, in today's society, just to survive, thank you, government. This is not man or woman problems. Thank you, government. It is very hard to live as a single income family and live in a lifestyle you may want. You can do it, but there is a lot of sacrifice if you go into a single income situation, whether that be the man being the main earner or the female or the woman being the main earner. It is very hard in this day and age to have a family and only one income, unless the earner in the family is the top tier, top percentile of the top everything, and they have to be at the top. They cannot be just a regular ordinary person, and be able to generally support a family other than supporting themselves, which is sad. It's sad that it's gone that direction. Let's be real, these days she probably has an OnlyFans, and if she's traveling the world without a master's degree and you're paying for it, well, in some cases that's what it is. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's exactly the point I was making, Iris. It's hard to live off one income. It's not men or women that has caused that problem. It has been the government and society that has caused that problem. It's the lifestyles we've grown accustomed to, and it's the government's overreach and the government. I don't want to get political. I hate getting political on stuff. It's, in my opinion, the government is in our lives way more than they need to be. If anything, I am a libertarian. I want the government to get the hell out of my life, stop meddling in my shit, and just leave me alone. Let me live. Stop regulating me. Stop telling me what I can and can't do, and just get out of my life altogether. The middle class is so under attack. My mom and dad were total middle class growing up, and it was enough. My dad never earned bank. My dad made enough, though, that there was never not food on our table. There was never not a roof over our head. We did not, lack for clothing. We had a wood fireplace that we bought wood for every year, and we did not grow up poor, but I did not grow up rich either. I did not grow up well off. I did not have a lot of things that other kids had, but that was okay. That was fine. The middle class is just getting pushed out. It's getting squeezed right now, and unfortunately, it's getting squeezed in the direction of more and more people are falling into the poverty class instead of being elevated, which is the desirable effect. Is that if the middle class is going to go anywhere, it should go up. And then people from the lower socioeconomic areas now have middle class opportunities they didn't have before, and that's a good way for society to go, because there's always going to be lower, middle, upper, and higher echelon class in any society. But if your society's working, functioning properly, and giving everybody a lot of opportunity, then you will see the classes slowly but surely moving up, and we saw that for decades. We saw the middle class expand. We saw more and more people being very well off, relatively well off, not rich, but well off to the point where they could take vacations all the time. They could they could take care of their family. They could buy them cars. They could, and so we saw that steady increase for a long period, And then lately we've seen more of a decline. I feel bad for millennials and Zoomers more than anything. What happens if I agree with you that the government should have a technically? Well, no, but see, the government, in my opinion, Cass, has several major duties. The government has the over government, the federal government, in my mind, has very. I think if we go back to what the government was set up to be originally, the government should have very limited responsibilities. They should make sure that the government should make sure that our military is fully funded and that our country is protected. The protection of our country should be their number one priority, because without that we don't have anything else. If somebody could just waltz in and take us over tomorrow, we don't have anything else. We need to have a functioning, not everybody needs to join the military, but we need to have a functioning good military to have a free country, period. There's not a country in the world that would survive without it. And the government needs to take care of that. They don't need to be bloated, but they need to take care of that and make sure that we are protected. And the government also needs to take care of some infrastructure stuff. Stuff like, setting up highways, setting up, there's certain activities that are too big for a corporation or that need to be handled by the government. And I'm not going to say I'm the one that knows all the answers, but there's a lot of stuff the government does that it does not need to do. Before the government got involved with a lot of the social engineering that they're doing nowadays, it wasn't perfect back in the day, but there was a lot of charity, and it still happens to this day. But I think charities and private enterprises are better at taking care of I think they're better at giving hands up to those in need than just giving a hand out. Because most private charities and private organizations will have a hard cutoff of we will help you to this point, but then you must start helping yourself. If we don't see you helping yourself, you are not going to be allowed to ride on the wagon any longer. Where the government allows that to go on forever. Once you start riding in the wagon, you can ride in it till the day you die. And there's no incentive for you to get off of it either. And I think that's not only bad for the person, that's bad for society in general. And it's bad for me, because that's taking money out of my pocket that I could have given to a charity that would actually help somebody and give them that hand up and get them out of their situation, their drug addiction, their alcoholism, their gambling addiction, things that I personally have dealt with in my life, that I know personally firsthand how bad and terrible it can affect a family and affect somebody. They could actually help those people instead of just perpetuating it and keeping it where it is. So yes, there's things I believe that need to be done, Cass. I think there's a lot of stuff they need to get the hell out of and need to stop doing. And it's not being done out of maliciousness. It's being done with the very best of intentions, but it has a unintended consequence that over time I don't think is very good for us. It builds resentment in some ways, and it makes me less empathetic, I guess. Yeah, there's some things that should never be done for government. I don't want a private organization running the police. I don't want a private organization. I'm very against private organizations running prisons. I think that is an Orwellian nightmare just waiting to happen, in my opinion. Private corporations running prisons, I think, is one of the worst ideas they've ever come up with. There's certain things that I think that need to be done by a government organization, as long as that governmental organization is ruled by the people. And there has to be that balance there too. It has to be ruled by the people, and the people have to be the ones telling them, this is what we want you to do. Because without that, you have a lot of other problems too. You have a lot of other problems that lead to I don't know, Canada. And so I just took a shot at Canada there. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I took a shot at Canada right there. I'm sorry, Canadians. I don't hate you. I just think your government's overreaching a little bit on certain things.
His own pee doesn't seem so crazy.
And I don't want our government to go that way either. I'm going to be a stay-at-home mom, and I hope our kids appreciate it too when they grow up. Well, Iris, let me tell you, Iris. I'm wondering, Iris, do you have kids right now, or do you not have kids at the moment? I'm just curious if you do or don't. From what your comment says, I don't think you're going to be a stay-at-home mom. So I don't think you don't as of yet. But if I could give you one piece of advice, raise your young boys to want a woman like you, and raise your young girls to want a husband like your husband. If you truly love and respect your husband, and you truly are like in it together, like
Come on, little fire.
raise your young boys to want to aspire to get a wife like you, and raise your young ladies to aspire to get a husband like yours. You're pregnant with your first. Oh, congratulations. Oh my god, that is so exciting. That is so freaking exciting for you. I'm so happy for you. Oh my god, that's so exciting. But that's the thing, is if you can raise them in that way, you'll never regret it, because they will. Because, I mean, especially if you truly love your husband, and your husband truly loves you, why would you want your children to be with anybody other than people that are like them? And not in a weird way or anything. Yeah, you want to raise your sons to grow up to be like your husband, and to want a relationship with a woman like you. You do. And you can show that them all the time. You can show them just, you know, even and you got to remember, it's the little things. It's not the big gestures are nice and memorable. The little things are what stick with you forever, though. The little things you'll do for your hubby, or your hubby will do for you, those will be more long-lasting and subconsciously impressioned upon them than any big gestures, trips, anything sort of like that you could ever do for your husband or wife. Those little things that will impress upon them more than ever the type of mate or type of person they want to have a relationship with, because they'll look for those small subtle clues of, wow, you know, this my mom and dad, you know, whenever they were together, their hands were always touching, and even though that's not a, like, you know, like a thing that they, you know, maybe when they were younger they were like, ew, but that's something that could be like an impressionable thing, that they may value that the woman is wanting to touch your hand and just kind of be next to you, and that the husband is that into you and wants to be, you know, wants to be holding your hand and showing everybody in the world that how much he loves you. Don't believe the hype Atheenon. The Canadian government overreach is way overplayed in the U.S. press. Oh, the U.S. press is way overplayed everything, Tony. The U.S. press way overplays everything in my country, coming from your country, coming from everywhere else. And of course it's all in the national level stuff. See, that's the thing, is that all they report is the national level stuff that makes it look like everything is horrible. And it's like, well, everything can't be that bad. I mean, can't be that bad. Now, I know how much the press can overhype stuff, believe me. They overhype stuff here all the time. Okay, we're 40 kilos, so we can carry this back with us. So important for kids to see love and healthy relationships, for sure, yeah. And the other thing I would encourage as well is, I don't know how to put this. My counselor told me this one time, because I did go to counseling for a little while. My anger counselor told me this. My counselor that I went to for anger told me about this. And he said, you know, because this was when my wife and I were having some problems. And he asked me a question. He said, "Do you ever argue in front of the kids with your wife?" Which at that time was my wife. And I'm like, well, no, we don't argue in front of them because it turns into a fight, and I don't want to yell and scream in front of them. And he was like, the thing to remember is that children, you don't want to. He told me the thing I needed to work on is I needed to work on being able to disagree with my wife in front of them without turning it into an argument, an all-out argument or fight, because children who don't ever see their parents disagree can also fall into the habits. Well, it can fall one of two ways. Either they think their parents never disagree, so they're like, when the parents break up because they're fighting privately, they're like even more stunned that the parents have broken up because they're fighting privately, and they don't see any of the turmoil or anguish that's going on between them. Or all they hear is the door slamming and then loud yelling in the other room from the parents yelling at each other, and they think that that's the way that people are supposed to communicate with each other if they have a disagreement. And so I really tried to start doing that. I would disagree with her, but I wouldn't try to turn it into an all-out fight or argument. Didn't always work, but it wasn't so much for her as it was for me. I needed to learn how to do that anyway, because I was a very my way or the highway kind of person. You know, and it is important to show the kids the healthy part, but in some ways it's also important to show your kids that you can disagree, but you still love each other even though you do disagree. I think that's the point I'm trying to make, is that you can disagree with your partner. You do not have to be in lockstep with them, but at the same time, at the end of the day, you respect each other, you love each other, and you move along from the disagreement, and it does not consume your entirety of your relationship or your life. It is just a blip on the scale. It does not make or break your relationship. And kids who never ever see their parents argue, they can be floored when their parents come out and divorce. When the parents are hiding it for the benefit of the children. No, they aren't hiding it for the benefit of the children. I'm going to tell you a cold hard fact, because this is what my ex-wife and I did. We were not hiding it for the benefit of our children. We were hiding it because we were embarrassed that we couldn't make it work between us. We felt ashamed that we could not actually come to a resolution and actually work it out in any other way. That's what we weren't hiding it to protect the children. That was a bullshit excuse we gave ourselves to make ourselves feel better that we kind of sprung it on my daughter, because my daughter was the only one. My son was too young to even remember us ever being together, but we sprung it on our daughter, and we were trying to protect her because she was young. No, that was not what we were doing it for. We were doing it because we were not being the adults in the room, and it was the easy way out for us. Yeah, well, that's the thing too. That's the thing too, Honora. Kids who don't see their parents disagree about things think that a good relationship, you never have a fight. You never argue. So the first time you fight, you're out. The first time you argue, that's a red flag. You're gone. You know, your parents had a great relationship. They never fought. So why should you have to put up with a person who's fighting with you? Because obviously they don't respect you if they're fighting with you. And that's not the case. We're all humans. We all disagree about things all the time. If we all agreed about things all the time, it would be a very, very boring world, and it wouldn't be really worth living in, because there would be no discourse, no interesting conversations to happen. It would just be very ho hum, and I would not I would not be excited to live in a world where everybody thought the same way. That would just not be good. My parents hit it, and I was floored when they split. Yeah, same thing with my daughter. She was floored when we split, because we hit it very well. Yeah, we fought, but we always would, in public, make it look like everything was going great. In front of our child, we would always, like, you know, make it look like everything was going good, and that sort of stuff. I wish I'd let my kids see how their father treated me. They hated me for leaving their dad. Yeah, and that happens too. And I think a lot more women will do that, Nana, than men. A lot of women will try to hide it from their children, and I think that may also come down to I feel ashamed to let my child see this happening to me, which is totally reasonable, and it's horrible that any man would do that to you. It's horrible that any partner, man or woman, would do that to you. But I think that runs both ways too. Men are ashamed to show that to their children as well. And so the wanting to hide it is a very understandable thing, because I did that in my divorce. My wife and I both hid it because we wanted to protect our child. We both felt ashamed about it. But yeah, and I'm really sorry that happened to you. I mean, because yeah, that drove a wedge between you and your kids, and that's sad. That's sad. But it happened for my aunt and uncle. Used to fight in private. Then when I grew up and got married, and Nate and I would fight, I didn't understand how marriage was so hard. Sometimes I thought we were just broken. Yeah. Well, and I think that's a lot. I think that affects a lot of young people too, Cass. Is they're like, they don't even look at it, because in the end we tend to be, although we tend to be, how to put this, although we tend to not blame our problems on other people, although we tend to not always take responsibility for a lot of our own things that we do, I think in general people tend to, in the end, when they're all alone and they're truly being honest with themselves, in the end they ask the question, what is wrong with me? Why am I so broken? Why do I have a problem maintaining this relationship? Even if the other person is a horrible person and abusing them, or in the end, a lot of us will turn to that inner person and be like, why can't I figure this out? Why can't I make this work? And when there may truly be things you do need to learn to make work better, and I'm not saying there aren't, you may truly need to look at things that you need to make work better, but I think we all tend to do that in the end, and sometimes it's just we've never experienced it before. He never hit me, so for 12 years I justified the mental abuse, but hid it from the kids. Yeah. And mental abuse goes both ways too. Mental abuse happens to women. Mental abuse is an equal opportunity situation for both men and women, because women can mentally abuse men can mentally abuse women, and it's the abuse that leaves no scars. It's the abuse that has no outwardly physical marks. So it's very easy for people to poo-poo it, or be like, you're overreacting, which also again plays into that whole introspection thing where you're like, God, maybe I am overreacting. Maybe I'm maybe I'm the crazy one. That's the thing it comes down to. It ultimately comes down to where you are in a situation where you're going, well, maybe I'm the crazy one in this situation. Maybe everybody else is right and I'm the crazy one, And it's a horrible thing that society does to, and I think it's a very underreported, especially by men, mental abuse is very underreported, because it's very almost shameful for a man to admit in public that he's been abused by a woman. I mean, a woman abused by a man people will be very sympathetic, empathetic on both sides. A man being abused by a woman is just viewed differently. It's not right or wrong. I'm not trying to justify it. I'm just saying that's how it is. Men who come out and say I've been abused by a woman, they aren't just given the... What's the word I'm looking for? They aren't given it's almost like they aren't given the credibility that women are in that same situation. And like I said, I'm not trying to justify it. I'm not trying to say, oh, we're horrible people for not believing men. But at the same time, and that comes down to is too, Iris, I think you have a good point there. A lot of men don't understand they're being abused either. They just think, this is the way it's supposed to be. You know, her running roughshod off over me, that's just how it's supposed to be. Now, mothers, that is your most important job. Don't let your young men that you are raising believe that they can be run roughshod over by another woman. Don't do it. Don't wimpify your young men. You are setting them up for failure. Raise your men to be strong. And I'm not talking about strong in the abusive way. I'm talking about strong in being knowing what they want, being competent, being loving, caring, understanding, being that rock that needs to be there when the crap hits the fan. Raise them to be that, and the women will respect that. The women that your young son will grow to love, they will attract that woman that is attracted to that, and that is a good trait to bring up in them. Don't raise them to be, I don't want to use the word wimps, but it's the easiest word that comes to mind. But don't raise them to just be bowled over by not only women but society in general, because that is not going to help them in their long-term strategy. It's not. It's not. And take that from a guy who is not super... I am not super assertive. I am not super dominant. My mom didn't really raise me that way, but dads... Here's another thing, too. My dad was not super assertive or dominant by my mom. Or to my mom. So I was raised in a household where my mom was rather dominant over my dad. And I'm a product of that. I have a hard time standing up for myself. Now... Once I stand up for myself, I do not move, shake, or waver from where I stand. Once I actually make a stand, that stand is not ever going to change. So I go basically from I'm a very agreeable person. So I'm not super successful. I'm pretty agreeable. I'm successful. I am very competent in the things that I do, and I know the things that I do very competently, so I can highlight those. But I am a more agreeable person. I do not like conflict. I do not like being disagreeable, and that's not a strong strategy if you want to be in a relationship. You need to be a little, as a male especially, you need to be a little more disagreeable. And willing and a little tougher to put up with some stuff. But my uncle, through marriage, claimed spousal abuse when he divorced my aunt. He was stunned with that. We all supported him and didn't think anybody else would believe him. Well, and you probably had a better read on your aunt than most people would. Yeah, don't raise them to be doormats. You don't want to raise them to be abusers though either. See, that's the thing, is like, society has taught us that you're either a doormat or you're an abuser of women. There's like no in between anymore. It's like you either are a misogynist or you have to be a doormat. If you aren't a doormat, then you're a misogynist. It's like, no, you can be a strong man, a strong male, and not be abusive of women. Not be, a misogynist, not being, not being horrible to women, but you don't have to be a doormat either. And unfortunately, society over the last 30 years has kind of twisted that a little bit. And so it's brought up a lot of men who unfortunately put women on very high pedestals to almost the point of worshipness, which is not good for men, and it is certainly not good for women. It is not good for women to be put on a pedestal. Yes, you want your guy to treat you well and to treat you, you know, like a princess. But it's not good when every guy treats you that way either. Hey, Zylok, how you doing, bud? Listening to this relationship podcast helped me get over my anxiety with AC Bridges. Been walking back and forth for 3 hours, including heavy fog. Well, you know, Zylok, that's what we aim for here on Athenon's channel. We have the relationship podcast today. We're talking to many fine young ladies and men. And by the way, Iris, congratulations on your pregnancy. That is exciting, and I'm super. Do you know if it's gonna be a boy or girl, or are you gonna like be surprised? I mean, are you gonna wait and see? That is really exciting. I'm so overjoyed for you and your husband for bringing a new little life into the world, and it sounds like you got a solid, awesome hubby there, and it sounds like you are an amazing woman as well. So I hope nothing but the best for you two. It's the dream. It's the dream. I heard somebody say it once that what was it? Most women can get pretty much any man they want, as far as, you know, physical stuff. The hardest thing to get for a woman, though, is that ring on the finger and the commitment. Women hold the gate. Let's see, what was it? Women hold the keys to the women guard the gate to sex. Men guard the gates to relationships in a lot of ways. Not saying that, you know, women don't have something to say in a relationship as well, but women decide what men are worthy to sleep with them, and men tend to decide what women are worthy to have that long-term relationship with in a lot of ways. Because men really, you know, you can't get married without the guy asking you. And a lot of guys, they'll put it off for a long time. And honestly, women, if he's not asking you after a few years, it's probably not the one. In his mind, you're probably not the one. He may love you, he may adore you, and that's all 100% real. It's 100% real. It's just he's not feeling that level of commitment. That's why women sometimes have to push the man to finally take the plunge, because men are very hesitant about that commitment. My mom stole from my dad. She took his car and emergency money and ran away with another man. Then she came back when that didn't work out. Car gone, money gone, then ran off with another man. Wow, Yummy Pie, that sucks. I'm finding out the gender in 2 weeks. I'm 18 weeks now. Oh, that is awesome. Oh my God. That is awesome. I'm so happy for you, Iris. I'm like a giddy schoolgirl when people talk about having kids. I don't want any more kids for myself, and honestly, young kids, I would never want to raise them again. They're just too much work for me. But I love love, and I love people. I love people falling in love, and I love people actually finding that person. That is the dream. And it used to be a dream that you could have, and it wouldn't go all pear-shaped most of the time. And now, unfortunately, it just does. And unfortunately, a lot of people are checking out of the dating market. They just are. They're checking out of it. They're just like, they're like me. I'm just happier off single and not even looking to mingle. I'm happy off single, doing my thing, enjoying my life. and I'm not saying I've never ever entertain it, but I'm not looking. Someday you may have grandkids. Oh yeah, I'll probably have grandkids one day. If my son or daughter ever have some, I'll probably have kids one day. I'm not specifically looking for that though. That's something, that's something that if they have them, great. I think they probably will. My son is definitely, I think he's probably going to have some kids here at some point. But, yeah, I don't know if my daughter's not real big into the kid thing. She loves kids, but I don't know if she wants any. I don't know. I'd never pressure her to have any. Yeah, the dating market's a mess right now. The dating market is more of, they always used to call it the meat market. The dating scene is more of a meat market now than it ever has been before. We found socks! Oh, we've had no socks since like day 3. Oh my god, we finally found some socks, boys and girls. Holy crap, and they're in good shape too. Yeah, the dating market's a mess right now. It is a true meat market right now. On both sides, both men and women. Both men and women. And honestly, ladies, I'm just gonna say, and this is a controversial thing, I'm gonna say it. Honestly, ladies, it's kind of your fault. You're a little picky on the dating sites, I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot more boxes that need to be checked for a woman to swipe on you than for you to swipe on a woman as a guy. Statistically, it can be backed up too. 80% of women are swiping on the same 20% of men. Men, the curve is pretty flat. They're swiping pretty much across the board. It's a little bit more on the more attractive women, a little bit less on some of the others, but the curve on it's pretty flat. The statistics, though, that the dating websites have done is that most women are swiping on the exact same dudes. Exact same dudes that all the other women are on. Oh, Cass, I would never pressure my daughter into having kids. If my daughter wants to have kids, I will fully support it. 100%. If she doesn't want to ever have kids, that's fine too. She's got to make up her mind about that. She's a good girl. My daughter is a hard freaking worker. She's got a good head on her shoulders. She has struggled with a lot of stuff, especially her mom and I breaking up. And, her being like 5 years old when it happened. She's had to deal with the fallout of that her entire life. I would never, ever pressure my daughter into anything, ever. I love her to death. I would literally throw myself in front of a bullet for her. I'd do that for any of my family, honestly. Without a moment's hesitation. So, yeah, I would never expect her to have kids if she didn't want it, so. Personally, I'd be a lot more wary dating with all the incels and Andrew Tate lovers. I'd be kind of scared to date. I don't want to ever be put down by I never want to be put down by a man again. My girlfriend doesn't want kids. That's fine with me. More money for me. Pressuring somebody who doesn't want kids to have them as hell on kids. They must know they really want. Exactly. My dad told me he'll never forgive me for not making him a grandpa. What is it? See, that the thing I look at that at Euphoria is like, how is that like something that he has any right? I guess I've never looked at that with my kids. I don't own my kids. My kids aren't my property. If they want to have kids, that's their business. I mean, they're grown ass freaking adults. They don't live with me. I ain't paying their bills. If they want to have their own, families, that's great. If they don't want to have their own families, okay. I'm going to be dead in 40 years anyway. What difference does it make to me? It doesn't make a damn bit of difference to me. Yeah. That's crazy. But yeah, technically Iris, I guess I am a... See, the thing is, I have a problem with buzzwords like incels. Technically, I'm an incel. I'm celibate. I mean, I'm celibate by choice, but I guess you could say I'm involuntarily celibate. I don't have women banging down my door, but I'm celibate by choice. I don't think celibacy is a bad thing. I think if both men and women were a little more celibate, I think the world could be in a little better spot if we valued the act of intimacy a little bit more. I know that's old-fashioned of me, and that's not going to win me any brownie points, but I think if we all value the intimacy acts a little bit more than we do, I think the world could be in a little better spot. I think we'd value our fellow human beings a little bit more, because it wouldn't be as much of a meat market, and both men and women would stop looking at each other just as, occasional things you do, and actually look at them more as people that you actually want to relate with and interact with and enjoy their company and have fun and all those other things that we tend to kind of push aside when the sexual fervor takes over. Men are misogynistic. Yeah. Well, I mean, I honestly, I feel bad for men who are involuntarily celibate. And at the same time, though, they need to man up a little bit and be like, you need to get out there. You need to put yourself out there. But it's a tough world. It's not any easier. It's worse. It's harder now than it used to be. Back in the 80s, I'd say probably 80% of the men in the world were involuntarily celibate. We wanted to be with women so bad, but we were all awkward and weird, and we didn't want, we were just like, we didn't know what to do. We didn't know how to go up and talk to them or anything like that. In other news, I'm currently eating murder fish. Hey, I think I have some murder fish on me. No, I don't have any murder fish on me. I can't eat any murder fish, so. Well, everyone, this has been a interesting stream. There's no other way to put it. It's been an interesting stream. I didn't expect to go down this path when I started streaming this morning. And when we switch over to Twitch, we're not going to continue this. But yeah, we've gone for another half hour. But I've been having a lot of fun. It's fun. It's fun to talk to y'all. It's fun. I mean, honestly, agree with me or disagree with me. It's been fun to talk and just have you guys give me your opinions and kind of, let me know what you guys think. I really enjoy that. I'm very much a person who, it takes a lot to offend me. It takes a lot to make me go, ooh, my skin's pretty thick there. I tend to be pretty pragmatic with most things in the world. And the whole relationship thing, I do have my faults with, this all started about me talking with my friend and the problems I'm having with her, and it's gone into all this. But I appreciate y'all for like hanging out and giving me your opinions as well, and sharing some of your stories too, because you know what? Relationships are a quagmire, and we're all in this quagmire together, though, and I think that's the thing both men and women need to remember, is that we're all in this together. We're all trying to figure out how to find that love, how to find that person that will be our ride and die, and that will have our back forever, and will cherish and love us beyond everything we could have ever hoped or even actually deserve. So I love all of you. You all are just wonderful. And again, Iris, congratulations on your upcoming child. That's just exciting news. And yeah, you were my therapy today. You talked me down, Vindictive Minx. You talked me down for sure. So everyone, have a great one. I'll be over on Twitch here in probably about 30 minutes. I'm probably gonna start out about 1. I need to go give myself a little bit of food. Yeah, no one's alone in their experiences. I think that's the thing. That's a good point, Vindictive Minx. We all have these experiences, both good and bad, and all of us have had bad experiences. None of us have gone through life never experiencing nothing negative in our relationships. And I think a lot of times we look at other people's relationships and we're like, oh, they have such a great relationship. Why can't mine be like that? And theirs isn't really like that. They've got their problems too. They may just not show. They may be able to hide them better, but they got their problems as well. And maybe they've learned how to deal with their problems. And maybe if it looks like they have a good relationship, maybe you need to go up and ask them, how do you hold it together with your husband or your wife? How have you worked through this to make it better? Because I want to do that too. So anyway, I'll see y'all on the Twitch side in about 30 minutes. I'm going to go grab a bite to eat, and we're going to be playing some Escape the Pacific, and we're going to be a Harry Wizard. We're going to be a Harry Wizard tonight, doing a little more Harry Potter. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm at level 35, 34, 35, something like that. So I'm really excited about that. So anyway, have a great one, everybody.